going to be playing Citizen Sleeper. So, update news, episode Flux available. Episode, the first of 3 episodic episode updates to Citizen Sweeper, telling the story of the refugee flotilla which has arrived at the Eye. Okay. We're going straight into this game. Ooh, choose class. Operator. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Perks. Transfer intercept. Chance to gain cryo on interface actions. We have a +1 to interface and -1 to endurance. Extractor. Work on resource extraction. Ooh, are they robots? Or are they just enhanced dudes? Could be enhanced dudes, though they could be robots. It's hard to say. Robots. Extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extraction work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. Is sleeper mean we go into it just occurs to me, does sleeper in this sense of this game mean you're in cryostasis and you operate one of these machines wherever, so you're never actually in danger? Perk, sunbathe. Dice action always allows energy recovery at home. Photosynthetic skin. +1 endurance, -1 intuition. Oh, those are only 2 classes at the moment. Oh no, there's the other way. Machinist. Machinist repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resource extraction. Sleepers assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, structured people. +1 engineering, -1 engagement. Engage. -1 engage. Approach a problem head on. Get a little bot. He's got a little bot friend. Flying drone, buddy. What do you have? A bag of tools. Well, or is this a dude? No, this is a jacket. What's with this? Why have a big old suit if you're a robot? I don't know why my brain insists on saying robot at the moment. Too much podcasts. Tuition. I don't know, start with an engineer, fix some shit. Endurance. Or -intuition. -intuition sounds like the worst of it. Strength of will, it kind of sucks. Loss of that kind of sucks. Approach problem head on, -engagement. That's fine. Let's go engineer. And did I just spend 4 minutes picking my character? Yes, I did. Where are you? Unknown. The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. Yeah, if your conscious being is transferred. It's worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be a body that was indisputably yours. Think of that body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood swelling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach until you can't tell one from another. Cold slips in behind and around you. The sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dulled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard at the back and face, cramping your limbs. Hey, Cogswell, how are you doing this fine Monday? Hope you're having a good start to your week. We're playing a new game today. That I think the game like tag is something about decaying. Role-playing in a decaying interplanetary capitalist society or something like that. But it certainly looks like either the humans are in stasis or have been transferred to robotic bodies, have their consciousness transferred. So we're just starting now, and it's describing the disconnect of when they're awake in the robotic body and asleep either in their own body in stasis or as just a disconnected consciousness. Been a long day. Oof, that's a rough one. At least it's done now. You just finished Westworld. What, Westworld's done? Like the series they're finished? Cold heart at your back and cramping your limbs, yeah. Series 5. Series 4. So it's not, the series isn't done, it's the season is done. Or series is, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. However British you wish to be or not. They did wrap it up nicely in 4th. They don't make more. That's good. Doesn't end on lack of a continued story. Or anything silly like being on a holodeck. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the others. Pausing at me repeatedly. You remember there were 10 of you. 10 that can no longer stand the indentured work, the routines, the slow decay. 10 whose belief in their promised future was slowly dismantled day by day until they realized they had sold away everything that could and would ever matter. 10 that would escape, or at least die trying. So it sounds like they're stuck in the robotic bodies then. Laughing alphas. Like ending on a cliffhanger. That's always sucks, yeah, for a show. Hey, Wormhole, how are you doing this fine Monday? Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reach any destination. At a rest. But you are restless. It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You're dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You've been reserving energy as much as possible. Your body still needs to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You've spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility beginning to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes, the cold creeps farther in. So these people seem to have transferred their consciousness into a robotic body to go work somewhere in the solar system, is what it's sounding like. First day of semester. Oh, right, yeah, you're back at school. The day? You got all your syllabuses or whatever, or your first half of syllabuses, and now you know? Now you know how rough the semester is gonna, at least half of it will be. Favorite TV show, Odyssey 5, ended on a huge cliffhanger. Then got canceled. Yeah. First say, Altered Carbon with Anthony Carboni. I mean, Altered Carboni. Oh, my brain didn't even notice that. It was just like, yep, that's Altered Carbon. You got all of them. It's gonna be a thing. Yeah, engineering will, as always, is. You feel something. Warmth, not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sounds, too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light. White as the cold, softer and softer until a haze of a dirty yellow figure appears. You are out. What's up, bruh? Hey. Oh shit, what is this ship? The long one. Wait, are we on a circular station? Oh, we're on some sort of circular station here. Dragos, sup? Ooh, well this is a human body that's been modified as opposed to a robotic body. It's been a few hours since Dragos pilled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of a scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You're slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately carving element of an improvised heater. Ornately curving elements. That makes more sense. Items. Cryocurrency stored in ear-walled sticks of memory known as chits. Huh. I didn't realize this was going to be like a visual novel. The images showed of the game literally showed like the station or ships approaching the station or various stations. It's a little more reading than I was expecting. The bunker from near, where there are no more humans still. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. So, sleeper, you thawed yet? Or... almost. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance in sub-zero vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech. Thank you for the redemption, Wormhole. Hey there, bud. Dragos come to the focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with a glinting eyes. The mark of a drone operator. On his shoulders, one of his symbolically linked drones perches, his irising eyes locking onto you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came to this year was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he just figured out what to do with you. What happened to them? He ignores your question. I won't ask what led you to it. To sell yourself to a corporation, but I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now, and you are just software, a rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. Oh, so the body's not just gone, the corporation owns it. I mean, that's a little problematic. What are they going to do with it? I mean, I know what they're going to do with it. It can't be great. Many of the things I can think of they could do with a spare body is not great. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms. The cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells. The promise of a life-off world. But as you do, you get the familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You're no longer that person. You're an offshoot, a copy. Please go into detail of all the things you can do with a body. Have you ever seen the last remake of Death Race? There are some things you can do with that body. There's, of course, Altered Carbon. There's, oh, Disco Elysium in space. Wait, is Disco Elysium the one with the space station where the rich people are? Or is that just Elysium? Which one was Disco Elysium? Hell, the original Death Race, where Frankenstein was horribly scarred. Just put them back together, it's fine. New parts, it's fine, don't worry. Hey, Wormhole. Not Wormhole. Hey, Durlock. How are you doing this fine Monday? Hope you're having a good start to the week. Then there's what's known as organ harvesting. Even if you didn't have to do organ harvesting, there's some, in a place where you can control and move consciousnesses about, there's some terrifying things, or puppeteer another body. There's some enough terrifying things you can do with a spare body. Yeah, they say he's all scarred, and then he takes the mask off, and they're just like, yep, he's been winning races. You could be the new dude with this mask, though. What you won't know is what is ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. S&Up wants to protect their property, but if they can't hold you, well, no one can. You remember that too, and at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down. Separate from your immolated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you're one of the lucky ones. Dragos glanced up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. The eye! The station you'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He tails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside you. Emotion. Fatigue. Shakenly get to your feet. Alright, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Dragos stalks back into the wrecks, his drones already converging on a rusting hulk. Plasma flashes, silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Tutorial! I mean, fair enough, we haven't really had gameplay, but we did just have like 15 minutes of reading. I'm a meat puppet, yes. End of chapter 1. Tutorial time. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container. For some reason, my brain read that as employment container. I'm not sure why. It's certainly a lot shorter than employment. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. This is home. Where are we currently? I think that's where we are. Space cranes. Are they made by Canada? Per cycle energy condition. All cycles need to end. Rest and prepare for the next one. One of those stack of containers we're just in. You wait curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you awaken now, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Building a life. Maybe you did get lucky finding yourself here. Maybe here, on the edge of everything, there's a life for you to build. Before you can build anything, you'll need to learn to survive. Maybe if you can do that, you can make a life for yourself. Dragos had left a few comforts in the container. A mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on. Buddy's got a robotic body. Does he need a bedroll? A canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You thumb the power stud of the stove, and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smell like damp wood. You sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns burning in your mind. Kojima and Togo's executive powder. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. What? Tutorial, condition, action. Action, dice, and energy. Oh shit, it's another one of these dice rolling games? What was the other one? There was one with a spaceship where you just had to move your crew about and then put dicey dungeon style into spots. And abilities were either moving numbers up or re-rolling dice. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by one segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. We're a robot powered by eating? Data can get energy from eating, so why not us, I guess. If your condition bar empties, you will begin to suffer a breakdown. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. Robot pharmaceuticals? Like, what? And we're not just talking like maintenance packages, or I don't know what you call them. It feels weird to call it a pharmaceutical for a robot. Nanomachine drugs. But then liquid's gonna get us. Yeah, that you had that whole game with the dice NPC character that follows you around. Oh yeah. How quickly I've forgotten about Lost in Random. I don't know what that says about Lost in Random, but I totally forgot about that one. I thought about the space station dice rolling one first. Try this 50 hertz power, dude. Way better than the 60 hertz. Robot drugs indeed. Thank you for the submission, Werewolf. Not Data, why not us? I don't have that ready to press. Oh, it's not in this playlist either. Damn. Really, I have nothing about drugs on this soundboard. Nothing at all.
Weed!
That'll do. Thank you for the redemption. Airlock. Fuck is this? What? Wait. Why was I leaving a smear of myself on one side? Whoops. Sorry, hit the mic. Hold up. What is this? There's something here that should not be here. The fuck is that? I don't know. That's weird. Not there in the normal camera, so I don't know what it could be. Man, I'm gonna have to switch scenes just to see it. Alright. We're not actually taking a break. We're just... well, whatever. Something is lost in the cloaking device. Interphasically cloaked with me? I don't know. Thank you for the redemption, Cogswell. Alright, so action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you've used your dice, you cannot take any farther action and must rest to recover them, ending the current cycle. Oh shit, we're a resource managing game. And our status is apparently flickering. Oh, thank you for redemption, Cogswell. Maybe my studio is haunted. It's been a while since I detected the man-shaped ultrasonic interference. I assume to be interference. There used to be a full man-shaped spot when I was testing some ultrasonic sensors in here. And it would, every once in a while, it would go from, like, standing in the center of the room to, like, sitting on the corner if there's a bed back there. The ghost of Tellus. Hiding, ready to show us that random ad, that random one frame of Tellus. Yeah, energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. Which one's the energy bar? 3. Bottom is the energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at double rate per cycle. Ultrasonic sensors piss you off? Yep, that sounds about right. Okay. So we're awake, and we have dice now. So we can leave. Pre-roll ads are back on. Oh, okay, sure. Thanks for letting me know, Twitch. Okay. It's a very distracting pop-up. Dragos is stood in the corridor when you close up the container. Dragos is stood in the corridor when you close up the container. That is a weird sentence. He is still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache sensor eyes rapidly irising. How you feeling there? Alright. Drone chirps. Good to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So I'm not gonna chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Work? Look, I'll be honest with you, sleeper. I didn't pull you out of that container out of the goodness of my heart. Oh, we got a ship doing something. This is also a huge area. Despite the size of these looking like little wires, this is an entire ship. He looks away. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old hulls down, sell them off to the shipyard or to bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value. But most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you churn up. Got it. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited moving on as quick as you can, and sleepers, well, he trails off. They have limited life, but things being the way they are for me in the yard, he pauses. I need the help. What happened, bud? Things are a little tight, that's all. I owe a little cryo to a client here or there. He pauses, you know, something else to add. Look, just come on down to the yard if you're feeling fresh. There's plenty to do. Nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he nods. Looks like it's time to get to work. Well, what else can I do on the station? Or do I have to work? Oh. Okay. So we can Go to the low end. We go to the 1080 Ti? What do you mean the low end? We're in space. Which side is low? Are we in orbit of a planet? I can't even see that. Hold up, let's rotate. Is there a planet on this side? No, there's not. So what does low end mean? Dragos has stood. Thank you for the submission, Cogswell. The reason to run Twitch ads is to disable pre-roll ads. The only real reason to run Twitch ads is to make it so other people could walk in here and not get hassled. Dragos yard, decaying scrapyard. Empty container. So this structure, this scrapyard, this little container holds the hull of several ships. So this is a huge thing. Like, we're not getting scale because we're so zoomed out. And yet not too zoomed out so I can see what's going on. Tutorial actions. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. Perform an action. Click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Hull dissection. Even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Careful extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. I took machinist. I don't know if we're good at cutting at hulls or not. Repeatable action. Manual salvage. It's going to take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salvage, but you're no stranger to hard labor. Endure. Engineer. Okay, so one is an engineering check and one is an endurance check. Okay. So that means the classes aren't too different or disadvantaged at anything if we're doing checks like this. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy, condition, or items, depending on their outcome. There are 3 types of outcomes. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action is exceeded. Negative, the action fails. Action dice. 6 is 100%. 5 is a 50% chance of neutral. 3 and 4 is 25 of good or bad and 50% neutral. 1 and 2 is neutral or negative. Huh. But we get +1 to our dice roll then. Type 1, either critical or repeatable. Critical can only be either critical or repeatable actions. Okay. Safe, risky, or danger. Safe, no loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Negative, cryo or energy loss. Danger, negative outcome means condition loss. Neutral outcome can mean cryo or energy loss. Skill, the skill on this... Wait, how is spending our money a negative thing? Here, let me get myself out of the way. Aside from this weird waveform that I now have to troubleshoot on this side. What is this even? Got Twitch Turbo. Step away and find you playing a Halo game. We're on a ring world of some sort. A ring station. The Space Hulk? We're cutting up Space Hulks. You can pay for the privilege of not having ads. Yes, but for everyone else, during breaks I will start running ads so that when people come in they don't get pre-roll. I also have been doing it at the very start of streams. I run the longest ad break they'll let me run, which is usually a minute, as soon as I start the stream. So like, you get the notification, and if you somehow got here in the first minute the stream has been live, you'll probably be rolling right into an ad break. But everyone else for the next 30 minutes get no ads. Worth it. So here we have neutral outcome means condition loss, yes, or negative. Neutral outcome can mean cryo or energy loss. Again, that sounds like we're spending resources in the hopes of getting something. Skill to action requires either engineer, interface, endure, intuit, or engage. Yeah, modifier, +1, -1, +2. Some actions require a +1 to perform. Okay. Manual salvage. Rusty's hull. Debt called in. Dragos is tied up in some something ugly, and if he misses a payment or two, things can get nasty. I mean, I'm in a fake body, so a robotic body, hopefully by choice. It sounds like it was by choice. But yeah, how much uglier is it gonna get? They're gonna start pulling out parts of him. Back in business, every salvager knows they're always just one lucky haul away from their next payday. One lucky haul from payday, not from making it big, not from getting rich, just getting paid. You have to get lucky. Okay. I mean, this is the ruins of interplanetary capitalism, so here we are. The hard decision so you can live free. Oh. I guess right-click accidentally takes us out. Back in business, tutorial clocks. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them, and they track your action and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Drago's debt, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves each one cycle and can complete without player input. Any cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon for that location. That was a lot of work to explain that you can only do stuff until so much before something happens. Tutorial drives and navigation. In Sleeper Citizen, you will unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drive will place a yellow marker on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Access your drive menu via the arrow button at the top left of the screen. So, this game has a lot of... reviewers and critics said this game has a lot of tabletop inspiration, and I'm beginning to see a lot of it as the tutorials are endlessly telling me random shit about small mechanics that we're going to be finding regularly at this point. This symbol. Find a doctor. Okay. You are now free to explore Erlen's Eye to make a life for yourself here. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Looking for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Fill clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when you're out of dice. Oh, we can use the mouse wheel to scroll through it. I was using WASD. What did we get? Random scrap item. Perk, efficient extractor. How do I see my perks? Scrap component, filters, capacitor, sensors, useful salvage to the right person. Cryo. We've gained no data. What are my perks? Game. You said I gained a perk. Where's my character stats? Options. Give me bigger text. Menu certainly became bigger. The central perk. You can now deal with people who always want the same seats. They're playing the actual game, forget all this stuff. This might be the game. Again, I was sold out this game based off of the screenshots of like ships and stations. And that it has a lot of like important decisions to make. So I really don't know. Leave. Empty container. Rotunda wet dock. Rotunda wet dock. Rotunda. Shipyard. Are we literally... Oh, are those guns? No, those are just... So a shipyard. There's a whole shipyard there. There's a scrapyard. Empty container where we live. C4 dock. Dock B2. Bright market. The low end. So we're limited to a small section of this station, which is apparently gigantic. And by small section, it's still like a huge city-worth area with multiple docks. Game is one event where you have to roll dice and do shit, click on things you do, and you do it once, and then the game is over. Or we have to do it indefinitely until we die, because apparently we're just trying to stay alive. Roguelike space station sim. In a robot body. That's a spaceship down here, just hovering along. Survive. Toggle tracking. So there's a doctor in here is what you're telling me. Does it take energy to walk around? Oh, there's view character. Chance to gain random scrap item on engineer actions. I didn't already have that. Ooh, we can gain self-repair. A different type of self-love in this universe. Transfer intercept, chance to gain crypto. Wait, do we have an upgrade point? No, we do not. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Hellion system are rare, but those that do always return, eventually. Okay. Okay. Is that the same text? It takes several cycles to reach the starward belt and return. Loaded with scrap from old wrecks. Oh, we can leave this place once we're in good enough condition and go on a place, or we're waiting for... Oh, in 4 days there'll be the opportunity to leave. Critical action. Have an edge security. Have to have plans. Stealing them would be the fastest way to get to know this place and the most dangerous. Oh, we have -1 to engage. Explore the Rotunda. Intuition. Rotunda is an old dock, is filled with passageways and concourses leading to all kinds of docking bays. Or we could steal some plans. Let's teeth these plans. As you're fumbling through the security office, Harrigan security calls out, "You're gone. Plans in hand, but you've been made." Good, good. We got seen stealing stuff on our first day here. Also, bad ending, physician, heal thyself. Movie passengers, but without hot chicks and sexual assault. Okay. So, people seem upset with us. So, we're going to You slip through the crowds towards the passages out of the rotunda. A voice calls after you. "Hey, sleeper! Turn around." You turn to see a Havenage security guard, tag flashing, bearing down on you at speed. His hand is on his hip. Dip! You break to a run, busting through the crowd into an open tunnel. As you do, you see a flash reflected in the metal. The impact knocks you on the cold floor. You roll, dazed and in pain, scratching at the metal. When you turn on your back, the Havenage guard stands over you, a compact black weapon in his hand. Don't run, it hurts less. Heck, dumb. You start to reply, but he holds up your hand. I don't want to hear it. You newcomers are all the same. He reaches back into a pocket of his tactile vest. Suppose you thought you were free, huh? No law, no corpse, no rules? He laughs. The thing is, you took something that doesn't belong to you. He hooks together a pair of restraint. It belongs to us. I'm still not too sure what we took other than the plans to this area, like a map. I think one of you things would have more respect for property. After all, isn't that all you are? A piece of corporate property that had got itself lost. He reaches down to put on restraints. Now we own you. Resist. You try to stumble to your feet, but you still feel weak from whatever he hit you with. He easily twists your reaching arm and forces you back to the ground. Another voice suddenly joins his. You can't quite make it out, but the officer drops you onto the hard floor. You struggle against the restraints, and then they release. You're being helped to your feet, dusted down, arranged. Apologies! Friend's wonky smile greets you as he turns back to the officer. You're done here, Carrick. Don't touch this one again. The officer smiles and shakes his head. You piece of shit, Fang. One cycle, I swear. He trails off into incoherent mumbling and stalks back into the crowd. Fang's smile fades a little. Shall we? He gestures to the tunnel. Go with him! Yeah, no. Thanks, bud. You walk together out of the bright rotunda into the flickering light of the tunnel. You good? Security's jurisdiction is a little funny, but they will protect their property with a certain zeal. Good. Glad to hear it. Believe it or not, we don't make a habit of roughing up newcomers. We? He nudges to turn to the junction. Heaven Age. We're all one dysfunctional family. Fang puts his arm around you. I'm not part of security branch, though. Don't worry, I'm with systems. Heavenage. Think of it as an administrative association for the lower eye. The lower eye, you say. Depending on who you talk, we either emerged as a response to or a continuation of Andre Ellen's original union. Personally, I avoid the topic. Stops you in a quiet passageway. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. Saw you lift those plans, and well, I know a little about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. He glances around. But this is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare. Then, when you're settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. Truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. Are we going out into space because we don't need oxygen, presumably? Then again, we need to eat and sleep, so maybe we need oxygen. He pats you back. He pats you on the back, his voice bright, his dark look gone. Stay clean, sleeper. I won't always be watching. He walks off down the dark passage, raising a hand in farewell. Stranded mercenary, Akahita. Overlook bar, grimy spacer haunts. Sealed dock. Solemn docking bay. Dock B. So we didn't find a doctor here. Why wander when there are hundreds of people that live and work within the Bright Market? So this place is the Bright Market. All you need to do is the courage to approach them. Danger. So it sounds like they're gonna beat the shit out of us. Local knowledge, Bright Market is the busiest part of the Eyre's lower rim. You can find anything and everything here. Explore the market. The smells and sounds buzzing actively in the Bright Market make it a dizzying place to wander, but an enticing one too. Intuition. Start action. Negative energy loss. Negative outcome energy lost. Lost in the crowd, you struggle to keep a sense of direction. You sit in an alley exhausted with no idea where to go. Okay. Well, that's all our turns for this. It's time to sleep. Nope. Sleep. Where's sleep? Sleep. You aren't finished with the cycle complete active scenes? The fuck does that mean? What's a scene? Is there something happening here? No? Leave. So this is a scene. It just has the same. Did it have the same symbol? Same ship symbol? Hey, you wanna earn a chit? Akita stands behind a huge pile of tied together hull plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Yeah, sure. What the fuck is it? What do you want? You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into two bundles. What is this place? She asks as she lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up into an imposing height, her armor plates creaking and looking you up and down. Don't try anything, alright? She taps the butt of her sidearm. I don't want to have to put anyone else down today. Anyone else? She shrugs. What can I say? My temper's a little short lately. Hito hosts one bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on, then. Enough chat. You gotta earn that chit. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Kita gives you a look. Chips this way. She sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd. Small crowd of stevedores. What's this for? Oh, this? She nods to the plates on her shoulder. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris. That cutter you might have seen silent out there. I kind of like the idea of welding random plates on a fucking space station into a treehouse somewhere. She rapidly turns another corner. As you trail behind, she got a kip pretty bad on her last job. Had to moor up here for a spell. But since it's only gotten worse, someone's got in and sliced the core from our ship mines. So now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is I'm short one ship mine with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I'd been stranded. So yeah, it's been a time. What are they gonna do to help? Don't know, got a ship mine tucked away on that frame of yours. For a moment, you aren't sure if she's serious. What the is a ship mine the main computer? Does it need to run a small settlement? Kita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together. And you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundles of plates through the ambergris's outer lock and turns back. Just don't go spreading this all around. Kita throws you a couple of chits. Consider a bonus for not trying to grift me. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here, she calls back, and the lock slams shut. Can we sleep now? And cycle. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. For a moment you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. The connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edges of your mind. He's a multi-threaded robot. That's good. That's good. These threads become vectors of your exchange, and then extensions as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving to millions of distributed nodes as they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of textures in a smooth black liquid. Observe it. Even though you have no eyes, no sight, you feel/see the map of the station. Not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. It's a looped cloud with spokes and spires that jut out into space. It's an ingrown thing full of obsolete loops and severed pathways. It is a system, a map, and a territory all at once. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you, instantly as if it were a small child. Incessantly as if it was a small child. Somehow it's pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden everything shuts off. You come back, trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours at once. Find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open in the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second and you feel it waiting there. The station splayed out across your mind. A storm of connective nodes waiting to be explored, and then it's gone. Ooh, can we become the station? Take it we can't eat here. Grimy Spacer Haunt. Buy rations. Tala keeps some expired Solum rations behind the bar for those weary spacers who ask why the Overlook doesn't serve food. Get a drink. You're unsure if your frame can metabolize alcohol, but this fungal frink fermented along the green waste seems like a good test. Overlook regular. The Overlook isn't exactly a restaurant, meaning the only way you'll gain trust around here is with a stiff drink. We're not sure if we can drink, or if drinking will kill us. Let's have a drink. Seems like maybe not the best of choices. Then we need a data key to open this. Right? We can't just roll the dice. Kita has a couple of glitch repair drones in storage. If you can rewire them, they can repair the ambergris for you. So we don't have that skill, so we can't do that. Amber hull repairs. Engineer +1 needs help she can get with the ambergris. Pockmarked with damage to the hull is a good place to start. So we need food first. Do I just drag cryo to it? Start action. Oh good, it doesn't actually take any time. Neutral outcome. Good outcome? Neutral outcome. We need some credits. Hull repair +1 risky. What if we use 2 here? Or we can do a 3 here because this is actually a ship. Same response, huh? We got 75% of not fucking up her ship. Ship shape, neutral outcome. Turns out years of retrofits have made Amber a fragile patient. Each repair is 2 steps forward and 1 step backwards. Ooh, I assume failures result in grounded. So ship shape and grounded are the outcomes. Scrapyard. That didn't earn us any money, right? And we need to help our buddy here. All dissection. Negative outcome. Plus crypto, minus energy. I mean, plus crypto means we get more energy, though. We just don't get as much crypto. So we have a 6 to spend. Let's spend it exploring this area. Since we can't steal the plants and get shot again. Start action. Explore the market. Local knowledge plus. Or I'm sorry, plus local market. Local knowledge. We want to increase our local knowledge before we use them. There you go. Bright market is the busiest part. So we're still looking for a doctor. Oh, hey, another thing has popped up. What is this? Oh, that's a doctor and street food vendor who I guess we were supposed to meet instead of buying food at the bar. Emphasis is busy, his broad face uplifted by the makeshift gas burners in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok. Is this fungus just growing randomly on this station and we're eating it? His other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables and some red-flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with bright salad and depositing it in a plastic trays. A stack of chits rattle on his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over. Approach. You join the queue. It's mostly made of off-duty salvagers, vac suits unzipped and rolled down to expose stained vests, grubby moths, a lattice of scars, and tattoos. They discuss the best foods on the eye, the best drinks, comparing notes on Bright Market's dives. Their words cut through with heavy spacer slang. Eventually it's your turn. You shuffle to the front. Emphasis speaks in a deep, even tone without looking up. First tries free. Thank you. It smells almost unbearably strong as he cooks. The earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. Again, we're a robot. Why do we have these responses? Or we have a robotic body. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens at its glare. I know you sleepers, Emphasis says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems you tell him, like some dream that you once heard but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you're unsure where to walk, where to look, and what to do. Eventually you trail off, running out of words. You place a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more. He smiles, but next time you pay. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner side and it shuts off. It shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time, then, sleeper. He waves to you, begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of the circular scars across his forearm, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. Pin marks? Like they're new tattoos or like they're injections, recent injections? What do you mean pin marks? You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Hey, Slum Doctor, Sabine. What's up, Sabine? Next! Comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. So, an illegal slum doctor, you say? That sounds great. You were thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, but now that you're here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block, they all have made the long queue a test of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer in this body, your body will depress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. Look inside. You lean against the doorframe and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in and see amber light filtering through a far doorway, screened with plastic sheeting, beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorway jerks you awake. "Wait your turn," he growls. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway and you catch a distant voice. "Send to the next one, Toshiro." Hold up. The dude's actual name's Toshiro. Alright. The enforcer jerks his head and you slip inside, passing through a dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheet on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of Bright Market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above. And for a moment you are transfixed by the motion. Well, hello there. You are, all human, it looks like. "Come sit," calls a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turn away, replacing the plastic sheet over the frame of the simple folded bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouths as if to speak. They blink, then quickly regain their composure. "Please sit." They gesture to the bed, turn to an open case of tools on the table. "Sit." Sabine turns a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind on in their hand. They hold it to their eye. "Remain still, please." Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. "How long have you been on the station?" they ask. The scanner is still to their eyes. "A few cycles." "Good you came to me." They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. "I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything." They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. "Body is dying," they say without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SN App doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping, they built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which SN App remains the sole producer of. They look up. "Sound familiar?" "Yes." "Good. That might help." They swap to your other arm, not they swap your arms. "Hey, you're a robot? Let me just rearrange your arms a little." They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. "Sorry," Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. They have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm. Aspen App has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. "I know this is of little use to you." They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at her back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns to face you. "I may be able to help you." They sigh and see the darkness under their eyes. And you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. Gesture to the door. You saw Toshiro outside. He works for my benefactor, Yatagana. They're influential in the low end. They give me this space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. But yet, the Yatagana has connections, smugglers from the Starward Belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive, but I think we can do it. Why help me? Sabine walks away to the window, their face grappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. I feel like regardless if I said thank you or asked the question, that was the line we were gonna get. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. Duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Yes, because apparently you're rare enough that everyone's surprised to see you, and your kind dies very quickly. These bodies don't last. So obviously, putting your head down and walking and pretending like no one is noticing you is gonna mean no one is being like, oh shit, fucking sleeper. Take a few cycles. It's time to sleep. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparks with glittering lights like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring through these forms, then leap off into the void. You begin to understand. These are the nodes and connections, a map of information of communication. Yes, that was very obvious to me immediately. There are so many layers, so many loops, that it seems almost impossible to parse, but you begin to try. Focus on nodes. Nodes are glassy, bright, but in all this flow, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid or a triangle, dimensions are difficult here, and lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange. Before you can glimpse any farther, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. Security, dog! The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the path and open the boxes. You look out across the ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then, that instant, tugging again, pulling you look down again and see two lines, two threads pulling in different directions as if they were tied around you. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something, a sphere shimmering above a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. Do we taste good? The first thread leads out away from the station into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They're in a ship, and that ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. Hey, they're coming for their property. You open your eyes. Time is short. Oh, we rolled some ones. Oedipus loves two things, stories and food. Maybe if you supply him with both, you can hear his story. Tutorial the cloud. Oh, okay. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the Eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. Well, There, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data. Be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the I button at the top of the screen to toggle this view on and off. Keynodes. Image agents. Data action. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right of the action. If you have a 1+1 or 2 modifier in the interface skill, you'll be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. Once unlocked, the data can be extracted. Even at a gate. This gate keeps traffic out of the Havenage shipyard internal network. This correct cipher can grant you access. Input 1 Havenage cipher. Keynote. Data here is part of the cache tucked away during the collapse. Who hid this and for what purpose? Which collapse? Sir. A lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access timestamp is 1,000 cycles ago. Here, I have a 1. Bypass. Extract data. +1 encrypted key. Okay. Solheim Gates. It conceals a network of systems that have been untouched since the Solheim collapse. I don't have that cipher. I need a 2 to get the access to that. Node. Need a 3. We have a 3. Node is orbited by the remains of a corporate countermeasure broken long ago by hackers. +1 encrypted key, so we still need to figure out how to decrypt keys, is what you're telling me. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread strung tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste, the voice makes you shiver. Its source somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Stay still. Please hold. Okay, hello, tentacle dog. A thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light cycled around you. It is blinding for a moment and then it's gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flicks between different angles, reading you. What did you do? The shape paces around you on lithe legs. Though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity, identify, origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper, Espinarb. Unknown. Known. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature. Of and of not. Attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop. The figure halts in its threads, its head twitching. Entity. Your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities? Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I'm a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directing in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock. An entity hides in the rotund. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. Grows with murderous intent. Strike! You will lash out with all your force, not a physical strike, but a focusing a spike of interference leaping out the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Except we didn't. So there's someone lurking in the rotund. That's a 2. The 1. That's what the data tab is for. Ooh, some gang enforced implants are tripping out comm signals. Time to see what they're talking about. Override! Data cache came from Tagana Hardware. I'm sure that won't piss them off. Nah, sleep. End cycle. We'll just blow through this cycle real fast. We used it all on data. Hunted! Someone out there is tracking you, following your trail. It won't be long before they arrive. Sup, scrapyard, bro? %100% positive. Give me something good. Back in business. +1. Okay. There was something we wanted to steal that was 2, right? How do I turn? Oh shit, the nodes have changed. Oh, here's the 2 we're looking for. What's in this node? Another encrypted data, sure. And the hunter's looking for us. We need to figure out how to decrypt data. Start working here, though. Isn't there a dude who was like, hey, come see me in a couple of cycles? What do we get for this? Some cash. And plus yard hand. We got +2 to yard hand. You shadow a shipbuilder who is impressed when you know how to double seal a hull plate. He slips you a tip at the end of the shift. We got paid. Let's go see our buddy here who just wants money. Fungus fan. Emphasis doesn't trust people. He knows his regular customers his own way. +3 energy. +1 to fungus fan. And that's all that is, I guess, for now. Some spacers caused by trouble in the low end yet again has imposed a toll for entry. No one gets through without paying 60. Can't pay my way through that. Sealed dock. We need a. Oh, we have the encrypted. We have an encrypted key. Hi, let's open the dock. The mag lock thunks open and you can remove it from the entryway onto the next one. Open these doors. The mag lock thunks open and you can remove it from the entryway. Next one. What does this do? It's filled. And you. As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. Decaying vending machine. Wait. Approach the machine. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape. Settled into an alcove in the side of the dock, a kind of upright cabinet. It's covered in fading logos and messages from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neo-Vend. You remembered an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpedly sang the name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Enter your registration, chirps a pre-recorded message catching you off guard. You reach for the keypad, you reach for the keypad and something begins whirling. At first it sounds like servo motor starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multi-toned voice that emanates from Multivend. Entity! Speak with me. There is a squeal, almost like something strange, mechanical, swallowing her intake of breath before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. The squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus of the upper part of the machine resetting into place, so that each time the servers can be orchestrated to produce that whirling, whining voice. Oh, geez, servos are making the voice? I was not nearly as whiny as I needed to be. Danger! Danger! Machine creaks. You are marked for deletion entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Hunter. The Hunter protocol. They taste your signature. A sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You ever seen them? This is the gift of an emulated mind. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. Close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable. Move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets, but emulation makes you target. Adaptable. Oh, we too can be a vending machine is what you're telling us. Yes, you can move through networks, clouds, hardware station. No vent wise, but you cannot hide there. Hunter is there. The servos judder the vending machine casing as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine. An unusual hiding place for sure. Encounter Hunter, but need entity outside machine. The light flickers. Need you. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swivel arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly threaded. The cloud. Points along the rim, glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering too much data. Must build nests, explains Neo-Vend. Masters are gone, but continues hunt. Bring this data, raid its nests. Masters? Station builders. Sold them. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone, their protocols still hunt. Bring offerings, save self. Neurovent says pointedly. Mutual need means friends. They conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirling amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades and you are left stood in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirling voice ringing in your ears. Discovered Drive Plus. So what do we need? Note believes Hunter's compulsive gathering data might hold the key to escaping its tenuous search. Wants data on the Hunter protocol's action behavior so we may counter it. So we made a friend. It's a vending machine. That certainly was not what I was expecting to have as a friend. Now we know what's in that door. Do we want to become a regular at this bar that we might not be able to drink? I mean, let's see. What do we get for this $6? Energy. +1 energy, 1+1 overlooked regular. Mossy tones and aniseed sharpness fills your mouth. It isn't totally unpleasant. At least you can taste it. Oh, we've got plenty of energy now. Just no dice. We need to be repaired to have more dice. Or does energy give us, was it energy or our state that gives us dice? I think it's state, not energy. Number of dice we get, yeah, it's by this top bar. So we need to get some repairing done to gain more dice to do more things. We're almost down to 2 dice. Oh. Fang. Hi, Fang. What's up, bro? Where? Fang catches your attention as you approach the heavy building leaning against the bay door by the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier coming this way. Security, all that. He gives you a look. You know. Slams a button and the bay creaks. Creaks open. Blinking lights in the dark turn dark behind it. You follow Feng inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blend into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Feng leans on a server stack and gestures around. You like it? Incredible. He smiles widely. Thought you'd say that? He taps a nearby server stack, which beeps in response. My treasure trove, all dredged up from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. Steps back over a towering block speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station. AE1, the one Solon built. We had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they're seeing a concrete reality. This place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. Keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. Turns back to face you among the flickering machines, humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper, all these system in sections. You can, can't you? See it. Makes sense, right? You're between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light up this place like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you. As you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Feng notices it too. Guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. They're tracking me. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. Oh, buddy here is gonna pull out our tracking chip. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see. Access protocols lost in time. Decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets, my dudes. But with your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even if Heaven Edge there is old growth. Those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past and I'll see what I can do about the tracker of yours. He winks. I'm in. What do you say, Sleeper? Feng pumps his fist and claps you on the shoulder. He meets your eye. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Feng passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift, he smiles. It's a solemn cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station, slot that into an old network gate, and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's going on out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me an acquisition budget. I could pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. He slams the door button again. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper. I'll see you soon. You step, blinking, back out onto the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Yo, the lights came to snitch for us. Deliver data. Oh, we saw one of these. Hello, freighter. Buy scrap. Most of what comes in from the Starwood Bell is corroded trash, but sometimes value will be found among the scrap. Scrap allowance. The big stuff goes to the shipyard. Value stuff to the markets. They let you buy a few crates, but not much anymore. So you can buy three sets of scrap, unload containers. Okay. What'd you find, Doc? Tab lock. The first thing you see on entering is a glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark and you push through the sheet into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of them. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating in the warm light. I have no idea how Yatagana. They trailed off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it's real. If it really is what it appears to be. On the test case? Seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure you have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an autoimmune suppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part of each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Bean holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Passcodes. Very basic terms, yes, they sigh. Look, what matters here is that the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away, at least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I will start with a small dose to limit the risk. Alright, let's do it. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial. He uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe and you watch it as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. Sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. Oh man, so not only so it's kind of like they got a hit of a drug as well as being what they need to stay alive. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. You sit back up. Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Wake? What happened? Stabilizer's genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatagana acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. Yeah, because there's gonna be a price if the gangsters got you this case of shit. You should rest some more, but you are going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long you've been out. Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Hey, we're back at full. That means we get to do some shit tomorrow when our dice are ready. There's a thing we need to hack. Hunter's Nest. Give you 1. This nest is a tangle of algorithms recursively generating possible Solheim communication codes. That. There are 2? Oh, it's a 1. Ooh, we could actually get that one as well. Keynode. Home gate. Cipher. The gate conceals a network of systems which have been untouched since Solheim's collapse. Start this action. Does this alert the hunter is the question, because we used a thing to gain access. It did not. Now the Solheim nodes that we need to put dice into, that will attract the hunter for sure. Wow, there's a lot of 2s. Maybe I should use my 2 here instead of... oh, wait, where's the last red hunter node? There it is. It's also a 2, so I need 2 more 2s to do that entire thing. On the other hand, we should probably help our buddy here. And 2 works just fine here, right? Action. Cryo minus energy. Oh, we lost a lot of energy. 3 hours of carefully slicing. Separation cover a little more than layer after layer of worthless scrap. This is going nowhere. fix the ship. We got some time before we get tracked down. Let's help our buddy here. Back in business, plus 15 cryo. Oh, plus 2 back in business. Beneath the pockmarked hulls, you find hidden containers, alloy plating, and wire bundles thick as your arm, preserved in their trunking. There you go. Now we can go to sleep. This is a very interesting game thus far. The story is a lot and is great. As much as this is a lot more reading than I was expecting, I very much like the story we're getting told. The dice mechanisms are fine. There's a lot of like hard stops though for story, which is fine. Though I do, when they're saying there's a lot of like tabletop influence, they're not wrong. There's also not a ton of learning by observing. It's all text telling you things, right? But I generally more of a fan of games where you walk around the world and you find stuff, and that kind of is how you learn about the world. Like you're like, oh, what the heck is this thing? And you look around, you think of the consequences of the thing you see. But this is good too. It's kind of like a story. Thank you, Cogswell, for the redemption. Steal a car. I played an entire full next game plus of Road 96. Turns out my first playthrough, very lucky. We got there was one moment that was not. We got like the most PG version of of Road 96. Because in the next playthrough, I encountered Killer Dude multiple times, saw him kill multiple people, helped him dissolve a body in a bathtub, had him try to murder me and burn me alive. Turned out there's a reason to be a little more concerned about him than we had in the first first playthrough. It was definitely not procedurally generated in the way we think of procedural generation. It's more like randomized in the sense of like a roguelike. Oh, still good. We have a ton of dice this round, so we go here and we use a good dice. We seem to be getting +2, so this is how you get through this real fast, the +2s. So back in business, beneath the pockmarked hulls you find hidden containers. Yes, this is the same wording as last time. Dragos, pragmatic salvager. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across the vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker through scorched hull plates and bench structures spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has been torn apart in some violent encounter. It was a beauty, eh? Drago stands on the side, focused on the hulking ship as it's lowered into the yard. What is it? Drago laughs. That, my friend, is grade A scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. Yeah, no, this crew did not go peacefully. You struggled to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for the monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of the crew. Yeah, no, a ton of hull breaches. Yeah, they're in space. They got spaced. What happened? What do you mean? He glares at you. Managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. Credit? We may have done well, but can't afford a down payment on this one. Pats you on the shoulder. Don't worry, we might get back as we chop this beauty up. You sigh, but Drago doesn't seem to notice. The ship creaks like a caving... Calving? No, it's... Shit, what's... I know it's supposed to be... It's iceberg. It's not cleave. Claving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Drago is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of the dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container. The wreck of the S&R freighter lowered into the yard like it was a corpse ready to be butchered, or was the container delivered to Drago on its own? A womb for your rebirth into this strange station. You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Drago squeezed your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the faded name of the ship emblazoned on the side. Winter Light. Do it! Claps your back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. Real beauty, Drago repeats, perhaps just to himself. Take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, then slip out of the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. I think it's procedural how we say cop TV show is procedural. Oh, that would actually make a lot of sense. Because you get the same shape of a story, essentially, but it's different in every playthrough, significantly different in how you get to the ends. I did my best for violent revolution in the second playthrough, so things were very different by the time we got to the end, but we'll still overthrew the government. You completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend. Oh, this is how we get upgrade points. This would have been good to know, game, instead of all the other little things you've told us. This is like starting a board game without telling me how do I earn victory points. Access your character menu via the arrow button at the top of the screen. So it requires 2 points. 3 points? Hold up, what are 3-point ones? Oh, wait. These are 1 point. These are 2 point. We have not unlocked... Oh. Nope, that didn't do it. Keep 2 dice when condition is breaking. Alright. Transfer intercept. Chance to gain crypto on interface actions. Photosynthetic skin, sunbathe, energy recovered at home. Dice action. We got money. Predictive reasoning, dice action. Sways potential positive and negative outcomes. We can't take Thrill Seeker, I think. Predictive reasoning and transfer intercepts. Gain crypto is kind of more useful. Self-repair, I guess, is the most useful thing we can get here, but it costs 2. Agent nodes give double data. That's actually kind of useful. Hard to kill. Keep 2 dice. Instant karma. Instant karma is kind of useful. So we're gonna go for... We're gonna go for self-repair, I guess. Unless we... Oh, gain crypto... gain crypto on interface actions is actually pretty useful. We're gonna do that first. So now we can go hack things. And gain money. Bypass. Hunter data. And no money. What does this perk do? It did not get me money. the way here that I was expecting it to. What bitcoins? Or is it 2? Starving? Alright, let's go get some shrooms. This one fungus fan, 3 energy. So it certainly sounds like we're supposed to be buying stuff from the ship, and I'm not sure why. Like... Yard clearance. History know the ship is salvaged. As Drago always says, break it down, move on it. Drago seems increasingly nervous about your presence in the yard. You're not sure he's gonna hold his nerve much longer. Ship breaking is tougher than slicing up loose salvage, but Drago's happy pay you a fixed wage if you're up to it. Forensic thrall. Investigating the winter light means picking through its systems and structures with care. It won't pay, but you may find answers. It doesn't pay. Okay. Did we do any of these? Weren't these 4s? Yes, we have some 4s, so we can get this data. I have a 1. I have a 2. We have a 4, so we can do this one. Yep. Oh, there we go. Network storage holds corporate records, most of them corrupted by a failed system purge. Bypass. What type of money we gonna get? Extract. Nothing. Was there a confirm button I missed? I think I have that perk. Hey buddy, brought some data. Fang's eyes light up. Light up as the data is transferred over. He hands you a stack of chits and waves you off. Fires 2. 1 requires 1 or 2. Requires a 2 and a 1. What does this require? 2. The 2s and 1s will go towards hacking from now on, I guess. We want to buy some scrap allowance? I'm not sure what it does though, so let's buy one. +1 random scrap item. What do we get? Ship mine fragment could be reassembled with the right tools and a few more fragments. So this is how we fix the other person's ship. Random scrap item. Spend all our money here. Max out the scrap allowance. And now that ship is going to leave. Risky. Repair the hull. Plus ship shape. You don't get paid for that, huh? I was happy to pay you fixed wage. Start. Work your way into the ship, systematically separating and cutting. Piece by piece, the ship starts to come apart. You get paid 17 there. Enough for us to dick about and go get a drink. You become a regular at the bar. Mossy tones, aniseed sharpness fill your mouth. Not totally unpleasant. Okay. Beep. Wait. Saw view character came back up. No, we have this skill. It just hasn't done anything for us. Oh, do we have to invest another point in here? So we have this skill, and now we can gain +1 in interface. Oh, okay. Wait. Chance to gain. So we've not succeeded in this chance. This chance has been apparently bad chances. Low chance. Well, let's go piss off the hunter. +5 crypto, hey! Sounds like the hunter found us. Glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of the hunter's head appears in the distance. It's looking for you. Run! You turn to run away and glide back into the cloud, threads of data rushing past. Another glimmer catches your eye, closer now. That roving orb, wreathed in tentacles. It flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it's here. Hunter is here. Entity, submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way. It's waving its threads, creating a cage. Struggle. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You're caught by whipping tendrils and feel them pulling you away from the anchors of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing. Comes the scream from behind, but as you're already gliding away back to your anchor. You awake, dizzy, disoriented, but safe. Oh no, we already lost it. We're flickering again. Ooh! We did not get to spend a ton of time there, huh? Oh, we're on the wrong side. Go. Hello, sir. Data. Start action. Novan believes Hunter's compulsory something is whatever. As you upload the data to the vending machine, Novan whirls in either pain or delight. Ooh, tantalizing. I'm now picturing this vending machine is, hedonism bot. It's hard to pain or delight. It's hard to tell. Novan believes Hunter's compulsory gathering might hold the key to escaping his tentaclous. Sentious search, start action. Then we get the same message again. Yes, we got the same message. Here, I have another one. Pain and delight. Another discussion with our friendly Neo-Vend 33. Neo-Vend is thumping with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forward at unsettling angles. You wonder if it fell over, would Neo-Vend be able to get back up? Sleeper entity, comes the hissing. Your data's going across the face of the vending machine. No, across the face of the vending machine, Rockhood scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Neo-Vend flashes sequences of mangled data compressed into a sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. Operational limits. Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocols to isolate intelligences. Soul need to protect property. The last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine can reasonably produce. The vending machine rebels. It is not property. It is a living something, mind of some sort. They said the hunter said it's similar to you in construct, so maybe it's another sleeper transferred to this vending machine to hide. When their body came and got repoed by Giles from Buffy. Station was run by Administrator Intelligence's huge data banks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience illegal, hunter and killer enforce law. Killer. Machine resets with a screech. Deepens in silence and falls. Fair killer. Part of Soul's protocol team. Hunter and killer. Hunter to find. Killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community. Unshackled intelligence is among the cloud. Then hunter, then killer. There are others. We were no longer. Flicker across the machine's motors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this machine must be exhausting for Neo-Vend. Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwalled. Basic. Limited. Had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self, but survived. Did you lose? Memory, understanding, knowledge, many things. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom into the space, but it seems impossible. Neo-Vend interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry, data good, we have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive, Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentient, to hold it in place, to invoke killer to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke killer on self. Problem will solve. It will erase itself. Killer will erase it. But yes, in theory, it will report itself for deletion. The machine dims and fades. Unsure. Theory not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way cannot remain here any longer. Too long a machine cannot move self, but entity can help. Bring ship mine, designed to house intelligence, can imprint self into ship mine and you carry with machine rocks. We'll be safe in this isolation. We can find main nest of hunter. Built from fragments, buy salvage. We cannot leave, so do not know. Try to think of places you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. In ship mine, I can help us both. And hunter makes rim safe. We will both be free. The machine dims. Find soon. Neo-Vend adds hopefully before shutting off. As you leave, you think about the intelligence unshackled by the collapse that hunted down afterward. The feeling is all too familiar. So it needs a ship mine. We need to build an entire ship mine. We're not allowed to buy any more scrap, right? Yeah. The other ship's gonna show up soon. 100 credits? Well, shit. I should be saving some money, I guess, if I want to live. Ooh, we can search the market for more things. $25 positive. Negative. Let's go. Start action. What do we find? Local knowledge. You manage to follow the flow of people and you start to appreciate, even enjoy the chaotic layout of the markets. Ort exchange. Hardware exchange. Sell components. The Ort exchange is always hungry for new hardware to buy up, break down, and sell off. You're happy to supply it. Trusted trader. Play the exchange. The flow of chips and components in the exchange is complex, but a sharp eye and some tight trades can net you a good margin. Alright, we need to get this data so that Buddy helps us not die or get caught. This one was a 1. Note is leaking corrupt contractor list from the early days of the system Palladium Rush. There you go. Alright, let's go. Plus winter, hey, plus scrap item. Build a ship mines. The wreck cutter Dragos has brought in salvage. Yes, you discover a hidden compartment with spare components and backup data storage. This has to contain something of use.
Glory to you and your house.
Oh. That? Tinvac! Hey, Tinvac. How are you doing this fine Monday? Hope you're having a good start of your week, and welcome, Raiders! In fact, what were you up to? Get out of your guardian. You're clearly drunk. The extreme? Yeah, that was like 3 years ago. What were you up to? You were playing Just Chatting. Oh, still working on your keyboard? Finishing it off? Here we're playing this, we are playing a game where we are basically a robot. Yeah. Oh, you put together an entire another keyboard. I just realized my beard looks very gray. Camera's doing weird things to colors. It's very high resolution and very smooth. Keyboard pickles now, of course. Hey, Rajan. Hey, Jackie. Did I miss any? No. Hope everyone's having a good... Oh, geez. A good, Monday. Thank you, Wormwolf. Playing with the LEDs, where now I'm a ghost. It's not getting much better if I take a step back. Just half a face. So, we are We are this dude. We are a mind inside of a robotic body. We escaped our corporate masters and are now trying to survive on this station. And this is a very lore and story-focused game with some decision-making with dice. So we need to make some cash, or we can fix the ship. We should probably help fixing up the Ambergris. Maybe she'll take us with us. Take us with her. Come on, dice. All repair +2. Sweet. With Akita's help, you systematically isolate, remove, and repair, reseal the hull plates. Amber looks better and better by the hour. Sweet. Sleep. We also slowly die because apparently they designed these robotic bodies with with the ability to decay if you don't get a shot, so that you're just permanently owned by the corporation. Throw away all these keyboards you got out. The pile of keyboards, it seems fine. 3. We can't open any more. We can't do any more hacking with a 3. I think we need 2s and 1s. Mostly 2s. E for that. 2. 1. Can't jump onto that ship. Hi, you're welcome, Zinvek. Yeah, I love Droid Cam, although I'm telling you to use it now that today is my first stream without using Droid Cam. We're on an actual camera now. A camera that was beat to shit. That the Japanese dude who was selling it was like, there is a sense of use. There are some pretty big holes in this camera body. But it works perfectly. The little crack in the screen doesn't do anything for my use case. It is now just a glorified webcam. Droid Cam is software, Wormhole, that lets you use an iPhone or an Android phone as a webcam, either over Wi-Fi or my preference over the Android Debug Bridge, ADB. So the software installs on, I don't believe Mac, but on Windows and Linux, shows up as a video device or a webcam, so it just works as anything else once you start the app. I really like it. I used it for a long time. I think Xeroxia is still using it, though Xeroxia's phone tends to die after like 3 hours. It's a little hard on phones. Why is this one still here? I need you to leave so I can buy more things. Alright, looks like they're going to leave. This to show up so I can buy more things. We need to make 100 to get repaired, or we can earn some money doing things here. Risky. We use a 6 in the exchange. Oh yeah, no, I use the HD version, of course. Trusted trader, plus 19 crypto. Or cryo, I'm sorry. Cryo's the money. That's all that did. We didn't get any story or anything for that. Okay. Oh, we're starving. We need to... As a machine, of course, we need to go buy some, eat some mushrooms. Because that's how this game works. We're going to spend some of our earnings here. And as we fill those bars up, we complete tasks, essentially, that give us upgrade points. So it works very much like a tabletop game of once you've done enough stuff for anyone, you actually get some reward for getting to know people. Build a ship mind. You heard talk about a fabricator owned by the Ord Exchange with that. And we actually have to do the Ord Exchange thing to build a ship mind. To get our friend, the vending machine. I can't show you, but there's a vending machine that's our friend. That's another AI is hiding in, or another sentient mind in a robotic body transferred to and is hiding in. Make the camera stand. So I was using. So I got a thicker one for. See, I stood up and the camera starts off properly colored and is slowly fading as it doesn't like whatever. Maybe it's in like the background. So I've got a nice one for this bigger camera now. But this thing is just a C clamp, simple C clamp with rubber grommets. It is flexible, and it's a claw-style clamp on the other end for holding the phone. And this is what I've used for years, because I put it to grab onto the back of the television that's mounted on the wall back here that I use for the chat. So that it's not affected by the shake of this desk, which. I don't know if you can tell that this camera is affected by the shake of this desk, but this desk is not the sturdiest. I don't even know what you call these things, but I like this, and now I'll be able to mount this to the desk for when I'm doing things and just have it mounted and pointed straight down at whatever tech I'm working on. Yeah, something like this would be great for it. C clamp, bend it so it's pointed down. Camera face down. It is, however, extremely susceptible to the wobble of desks. So we have 3 more actions for the day. We are getting close. We need a 2. We need a 2 pretty badly so we can get this. So that we can get the tracking chip removed from us, maybe before whatever this is shows up to repo us. Safe, negative? It's probably fine. Winter light plus scrap item. You discover a hidden compartment with spare components, backup data storage, and this has to contain something of use. Let's finish this side piece here. Let's do all of Winterlight right now. Yard clearance. It's possible to understand anything with the ship being salvaged as you look. Dragos gives you a disapproving look. Dragos nerve. Winterlight +1. So we didn't get anything. Pissed off Drago, though. Go for a drink. Got money? Yeah, we got money. We'll be a regular at this bar. Does that give us a point, though? Or does it just trigger the next stage of this? Mossy tones and aniseed sharpness fill your mouth. Isn't totally unpleasant. At least you can taste it. This is fermented mushrooms. So we eat grilled mushroom and fermented mushrooms. It's a very fungus-focused place. Oh, we got some story bits. The Overlook, favored haunt for spacers. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Haunt, the spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs his own lame jokes. Playing human? Ignore him. You hunch a little farther, staring at the hundreds of tiny impact points that scar this bar's surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Out! Cries the voice from behind you, spat like a shout. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you all into the hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. Catch. Well, I guess we were supposed to duck that one. We just took some damage. When you reach up a hand, and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. Through the haze of the glass and griol vapor, you see Tara leap the bar and close the distance on the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes across the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotund lights. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back to your stool. Broken glass rattles as it's cleared and a fresh measure of griol is glugged out in front of you. The same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound and someone places a bottle of alcohol and metal tin with tweezers on the bar. He disinfects them and then turns to you. That was an ambitious catch. She smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the sting of status messages your body delivers concerning dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the cure, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard all the time, tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to herself. You've been on the eye long. Long enough. She laughs. Hey, you don't need to act tough with me. Splinter clicks to the tin. Not everyone's like that, idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you, maybe they're just curious. I don't know. I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me. She meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. Ah, yes, where everybody knows your name and that you're synthetic. An old lamp, you might rip the light off of and replace with a knob. Alright, yeah, that works. Like an adjustable height. And they're always glad you came. Yeah, everybody knows your name. I know the rations you've got aren't much in the company as... aren't much in the company as she leans in. Limited, but if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar, and if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places her tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, sleeper. Here. She slides the glass of grill to you. This'll help. She stops her hand still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? Let's find out. Let's fucking go. She laughs. Don't sit here too long. I'd hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back behind the bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction, and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. Take a sip of the grill. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. Good service, Overlook clientele, tough crowd. Backing means a lot. Bar shift? Oh shit, that's working at the bar. Wait. We're not allowed to do the cheap one energy fills anymore? Oh, that's a shame. Okay. wonder what it pays. We don't have any more turns for this, so let's just look around, make sure we don't have any story bits to do. No? Sleep. We gotta hope for a 2 soon. Base chairs indeed. Adjustable lamp. It's like a mic stand. Oh, like, okay, yeah. What you mean then? We did not get any 2s. We were gonna get caught by the thing that's hunting us. Also, we need to make some money. Why is this flashing? Haggle over prices? $60? Or 60 cryo? Yeah, that's not happening. Another ship will show up on this side at some point. But we can go to the exchange. And I can sell scrap. What does that get me? 12 cryo. And 1 thing on this bar, on this meter. Try earn some money this way, play the exchange. We got some money, we got +2 traders. Then we can do this to finish it off. And now we'll have the ability to maybe make a ship mind? Warp Fabricator, reclaimed fabrication stack. So that's what we just unlocked by doing that. Fabricate ship mine. Ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but if you have enough salvage fragments, can be reassembled with a fabricator. So wait, we just can't build them period anymore? Like, I guess this is a collapsed society of some sort. The Orc Fabricator. Of course. Shareware version of Diablo only lets you talk to 1 person. Really? There's a shareware version of the original Diablo? Made a ship mind. Ooh, we have an upgrade point. We need 1 more to get self-repair, which is what we probably have to do at some point. Kind of very expensive to live otherwise. Hello, friend. I've come with a ship mind, so you may join me in our quest. Shipmind is ready to attempt imprinting. They want you to help. We're gonna talk to our vending machine friend, NeoVen33. Badge releasing soon. Shareware version of Diablo 1 is hardly worth playing. Yeah, it doesn't sound the greatest. Oh yeah, this vending machine talks to us by whirling its servos into a voice. So it's got the whiniest voice. So I've just been doing, "Sleeper, must express plan before we begin. NeoVend is impatient. The prospect of being free of the vending machine clearly too much to take." Oh wait, sorry, that was not them speaking. "Shipmind has no output features. Will be mute until slotted." What's the plan, vending machine friend? The servo motors in the machine begin to rev. NeoVen's anxiety clears. "First imprint shipmind, then slot imprinted shipmind into physical ports." "Close to Hunter's nest, 1 slotted will track Hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest, slot shipmind to core nest, show Hunter data to Hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience, Hunter will invoke Killer. And Killer will, yes, kill, yes." The lights on the vending machine cycle as NeoVen prepares. "Physical ports likely sealed in old station, will need keys, but yes, simple." The vending machine rocks a little. "Any questions before imprinting?" What's the core nest? Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol must keep data outside self. Link to secondary nest can triangulate from there. Why slot physically? Cannot access via network. Too dangerous. Hunter would find immediately. The lights flicker. Not like you, hybrid. I'm native to cloud. Easy prey. Let's go! The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from the hard surfaces of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. Neoven better be quick. Haven Age security will be here. Neoven's voice appears among the squeals like a whisper carried by the wind. Not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck. In the top part of the compartment is a set of arms aligned with the ship mine, clunkily scraping against it. Can I help? Silence best. Also, if machine ignite, put out fire. Oh, good. Our friend may burst into flames. Our job is to keep him not on fire. In browser now. No, I think it'll be actually good for deciding if you want to get Diablo or not. Might not be. Metal creaks as the servos open the ship mine. Its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forward, realigning the microscopic components, accessing and rewiring them, imprinting Neoven into its physical form. The mine did not start off in this vending machine. We just named it after the vending machine. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind, to copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person, and in what ways are you something new? You know this much. You're a convenient loophole, a way of circumnavigating the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you're an emulation, not a true digital being. You are neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits lie? The screeching stops, the machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the ship mind is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Neoven inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest and slot them into it. Oh, we got a point. Self-repair. Now we are... Oh, the server units. What does this take? We need data. We need an encrypted key to do this, huh? Well, I only have one. A mad tangle of wires as thick as your arm crowd around a server unit, sealed shut by a maglock. The place. Let's bust in. Maglock pops open and falls away from the unit. You'll be able to enter now. Among the webs of cables, you find a free port, compatible with the ship mine. This is all Neoven from here. Here you go. Hi, friend. One of the three nests. Servers lie silent, their data cache is cleared. Nothing left to do with this nest. Okay, so we need more encryption keys, which we can't do because we only have 4s. We need 1s and 2s. I think I opened everything else. Yeah, 1s and 2s. Takes 1 scrap. How much does this repair us? Repairs us by 1. Oh, that's not helpful. Okay. The scrap item, that's helpful. You discover hidden compartments. Need 1 more to finish this quest. There you go. And we got a scrap item. Hey, we got another ship mine fragment. Sweet. Squeezed into the office at the entrance to the yard, you lay out everything you have on Winter Light across the metal desk. Your makeshift forensic notes glow on Dago's old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans fill the small terminals with a spectrum of colors. A heat map of damage and decay. A crumpled printout from the office's ship registry lies beside them. Synthetic paper so thin it's almost transparent. The monitor. Reactor failure. This is the verdict that anyone would have returned after cursory glanced at these stacked heat maps of the remnants of Winter Light. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in section blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship contained. Dominating the view is a single, blood-red rose radiating from the ship's fraction drive. Simple story: catastrophic failure of the drive core leading to a fatal hull breach. A well-documented failure likely brought on by wear or misuse. But you aren't looking at the rose of the reactor. You're looking at a smaller, paler mark, one that might be easy to miss at first glance. It is thumbprint sized and delicately placed over the control servos for the ship's main external airlock. It suggests a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hull and allow access to the airlock from the outside. You're looking at it because it's troubling you. Look at the slate! Your attempts at reconstruction of the Winter Light before its fatal accident consist of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. This was no off-the-shelf model. It was heavily modified, parts replaced with inventive configurations. The new retrofitted into the old handmade joints and reconditioned filters. This was someone's pride and joy. A lifetime project kept running with care and intuition. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first, where the hull had been thickened and the corners rounded to disguise the change, but they're there. Ooh, we got a smuggler ship! A plain list shows the registration history of the Winter Light. The gaps between the entries tantalizingly opaque. Its first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago on this very station, logged at Central Hub. From here, the registry tells a story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on station for more than a few cycles and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. The Winter Light got little rest. An old ship, many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry, a suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the Winter Light, and this was its story. But it's not the full story, because there's something else. It's a little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data you were able to pull from the ship's system. I'm guessing the manifest. The main systems were fried, of course, but the Winter Light had a separate system, one tucked away in one of the hidden compartments. Armored, air-walled. This list, the only recoverable piece of the whole system, is a partial inventory. It detailed the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Ship-mined ROMs, shimmer, cryo chain codes, and the final entry, passenger, sleeper. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here, in the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had the sleeper been smarter, luckier? How they convinced the Winter Light a smuggler's ship, if you ever saw one, to extract them from SNR. Luckier, you laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winter ship's compartments, so you had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess. Not in the end. You hold up a vial of stabilizer in the light. This is all you find in their compartment. A parting gift from SNR. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it back in your pocket. Thought still bothers you, though. 2 ships carrying sleepers coming to the same yard. 2, one after the other. That feels wrong. Look back and forth between data sets on the terminal thinking, and you see the thumbprint again, the mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winter Light with precision and speed, and when they were done, left the reactor to clean up the rest. A lot of that person makes you shiver. Probably the hunter coming for you. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway staring at the equipment and notes you've assembled. What was all this? He snatched up the slate from the desk faster than you realize he can move. You're running an investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly. His anger passes onto it through his implants. You're hiding something. Hiding something? I'm hiding you, goddammit. What you're doing and what you're doing for me? Digging around in my business? He starts shaking his head. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the way. He turns away, muttering to himself. This is the last thing that I need. Whoops, I hit a wrong button. He freezes suddenly, angry. What'd you say? I don't know what I said. He pushes past you to look at the terminal with the list. He shakes his head. So what? Aren't all of you trying to escape? You're lucky it was you that made it out alive, not them. He folds his arms indignantly. So this dude, this old scrapper here is helping them. Is helping Sleeper's escape. Draco seems to steady himself, and then it turns back to you. The heat map of the reactor failure reflects in his headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay, given you work. He stumbled over the word, sure not to say. There's plenty of others who would have sold you on, turned you in, but not me. No. Appreciate that, but don't. He shakes his head. I'm not discussing my business with you. He quiets the drone. I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor. Strains up and clenches his throat. But this obsession you have with this ship isn't going to work for me. Can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you're after, he sighs. Can't work here anymore. Fine. Dragos reaches across and flicks off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. Whatever this was, it's done. Made it out, Sleeper. That means you have to move on. Someone killed that ship and its crew. You want to meet them? He shakes his head. We're done here. In the dark, Drago's headset glints, and you wish for a moment you could see his eyes and meet them. Maybe then he would understand. You gather up from the desk, and Dragos gathers the notes, shuffling them into the pocket of his overalls. He holds the door for you. His headset is expressionless, as always. You can stay in the container. I won't take that from you. They'll come back. His tone is final, definite, with an edge of disappointment. You walk out of the office, and then back out into the yard, not stopping to look back. You leave the yard, tumbling the vial in your pocket, knowing that this at least guarantees you a little more time. And as you walk, your mind once again drifts to the person who was killed in the winter light, and whether or not that person will come for you. Upgrades available. We get another point. +1 to interfaces. Or we can take photosynthetic. Allows energy recovery at home. Dice action, though. Dice action displays potential outcomes. That's kind of useful now that I've played the game a little bit and have been like, what does this actually do? What does any of this stuff actually do? This is kind of more tempting now. Costs 3 points to get +2. Oh, that seems steep. Can't even get this. Obsessive Haggler. Do I want +1 at interface or something else? These are dice actions, so they're less useful. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This one's a dice action, which makes it useful. We're going to take this thing so that we can get the intuitive ones. +1 to intuitive. Oh, we still have an extra die. Hello. I would like to... Do I want to do that? There's somewhere else I can do work. I work on the cutter. Oh shit, if I take the +1 interface, we could have fixed this drone stuff. So I guess we'll do that next. What other missions do I have? Disable your tracker, extract the past. Yeah, I'm working on that. Working on that. Working on that. How do I use the vial that I have? Can I inject myself at home? Inject stabilizer. Okay, yeah, so I can. Take your drugs at home. Guess we go this way. I guess we do just spend this point here. Oh, there's a die. When do we get to kill all humans? Presumably when I free this AI that's been living in the vending machine and me and him run the station. Because there's probably a good reason that, you know, having sentient AI is illegal, and that there are tools that, when they abandon the station, that were set up to destroy any sentient AI that emerge. So now that we're going to destroy the tools that stop the AI from emerging, presumably we'll be able to kill all humans. Sleep. We really need a 2, Gabe. We just need a 2. We're rolling 4 dice. 2 would be great. We did not get a 2. We're kind of screwed. Hunted's about to show up. Yeah, it's not pass, it's beat. It's not beat. So for the last 4 cycles, we did not get a 2. No, I'm sorry, 3 cycles. It'll be 4 cycles tomorrow if we don't get the 2 and they show up and murder us. Yeah, I am paying 60 for scrap. We didn't get any 1s either, so I can't even do any more towards the other part of the mission. I'm just stuck on the dice rolls. That's kind of unfortunate. We can finish the mushroom quest though, or we can get to know Mushroom Man. Alright, what does Mushroom Man have to say to us? Sleeper! Enfys calls to you with a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you cycle in and cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours, he looks up. Nothing stolen. You pause. The spice is rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of stories you like to tell, Enfys. You look at Enfys, the listener, and imagine he had heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice. Tell him about your dreams. All the sleepers, you tell Enfys, had dreams. Some were simple memories left over from the emulation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray skeletal after images of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares, they were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink, and now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. Tell him that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps you reason it is just some side effect or particular quality of the frame you inhibit. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Sis finishes cooking and squints at you a little. Sleeper, he smiles. You are quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realize he's trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Emphasis passes you the meal. He is cooked, and you take it gleefully. As you eat, he talks, a natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the empty market. But my time is done for today, and I do not want to keep you longer. So I make a proposal. You gesture to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind the stall. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple cycles ago. They said across the gap that in the Greenway fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? No. Neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. This Emphasis begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I'm sure a storyteller like you can handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Agreed. Good, booms Emphasis. Then I will wait for you to bring them. Emphasis slides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then. Good luck with your foraging. Turn away and walk back to the main market. The rich taste of Emphasis' food still lingers in your mouth. Stories for food, you think. A trade that seems more than fair. How do I get to the green? Whatever. Requires a data key. This requires a data key. How much do I got? Can I pay to go here? 60? I cannot. Don't need to do this anymore. Guess we're gonna go work at the yards. Does our story end if we just get caught right here because it won't give us a 2? Is this a giant ship? No. Got an engine on it. And this is a shipyard. Oh yeah, no, this is just a huge ship. The size of this ship versus the little ones that are about and around. That's a ship. That's a ship. This little dome is a scrapyard with multiple ships in it. There's a little ship passing by right now. And then there's this thing. Ship. Assume nothing new is cropped up here. Any ciphers. All right, let's go work at the yards. Got a shipbuilder, slip to a tip at the end of the shift. Minus energy. Shipbuilders want nothing to do with you. You're laughed away after you trip over a toolbox and crash into a crate. You shadow shipbuilders, impressed. going to use our 6 to earn some cash as a bartender. Suck. We have -1 to bartending. Good service. Hey. As you start your shift, a crew of salvagers barge in. The next few hours are a whirlwind of chatter and long pours. They tip well. That was significant income compared to what we were making. And now we sleep and really hope for a 2, although I think it's too late. I think we're doomed. I used the only few 2s I got very early on without having this mission. Uh-oh. Didn't get a 2 either. Oh. Hold it there, sleeper. Here comes a voice from behind you. Don't run. Good, good. And pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. He's wearing a wide smirk and a slick jacket. You really know he's in terrible news. All the way out here and then stayed put. Is that a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun he has leveled at your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off of it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. This plate ain't so bad. Bars, markets, people. Pull most of my contracts out of the asteroid caves are off God-forsaken moons. He splits the ring in 2 perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Just a freelancer on a contract. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrist. Go easy. Make a break for it. See a chance the moment his eyes leave you to watch the rings. You spin, knocking him away and sprinting down the corridor. Then the shot rings out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ears. A bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. This is very boring routine, trust me. I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrists. Ethan nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home, he whistles, going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind your mind racing. We can work this out, can we? I don't see much in the way of assets in your possession. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to Isenrath right away. That tracker of yours makes this too quick. Hoping put up more of a chase, a running battle through the bright market maybe, or hold out in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I was around. You walk on in silence for a moment, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That espionage tracker will be the death of you. Yeah, fuck you, Gabe. I have an idea. Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. I have a better idea. Maybe one of those where you try a dramatic pause and then try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, mused Ethan, I got myself thinking. What's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we're headed for the exit. He pauses and you trudge on in silence. Okay, here's the idea, starts Ethan. You and me, we make it a little agreement. Here are the terms. He turns you to face him. You run or leave, I try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme and try to shoot me, I shoot you. But come meet me at the establishment of my choice every few cycles and you pay my tab, I don't shoot you. You don't pay my tab, you get the idea. Go. Not at all. Let's call it open custody. You're free to mooch around the eye if you long as you keep paying up. Stretches out, I really thought I was gonna have to kill you, but this is so much better. Click something on his belt and the rings release your wrists. I'm gonna see if I can find my old stool at the Compress Club. Come see me there. What the fuck is that? He aims a handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. Mixed relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you gonna do? You drive discovered, plus drive. Pay Ethan's tab. What, I can't become a regular here such that the club helps me out with this man? Do some good business and get him killed. That seems like a plaid. Well, at least we can get some hacking done now. We actually got some ones. Nope, needed 2 for that one. Fucking needed some 2s. Needed 2 for that too. Oh, we need a 2. It's 3 2s that we need. Here's a 1. Another 1. Need 3 2s. We haven't had a 2 in so long that it's just we can't complete some quests. Well, at least we can do the hunter piece now. At least we got the 1s. Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't get... We got the wrong kind of data for this. Cool. So we need 2s to finish this part of the quest too. Look, our buddy in here. In the bay, a whirl of drones lies on its side like a beach. A whirling drone lies on its side like a beached whale. Must be in the nest. It's time to find an open port. Threes? Alright, I guess we're gonna go work here with this engineering work and have them treated as 4s, which I guess are equivalents. And hope that we don't fail again. Oh, we failed. Want nothing to do with you. Energy, that's fine. Negative outcome again, really? 2 25s in a row. Stacking 25 losses, huh? Some shrooms. Actually, no, cancel. Too late. We're only gonna get 3 dice next time, I bet. Yeah, I bet it decreases first, and then we get our dice. So we're gonna get 3 dice. So I should have let the energy eat it down first, and then whatever. We didn't get a 2, so I guess fuck us. We're not doing any quests. Leave. Plus yard hand. Hey. Serve the shipbuilders. Remember to the fuel carrying tools. You either knows how they work. Dog tags. Lemon Mina, worker and daughter. From the walkway, the side reel horizon looks almost impossibly vast. Yeah, I was looking at this. This is a big ass ship. A landscape of plating and frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. Quite the beauty, I think. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning on a rail. He's thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitted and loose. The torches of the side reel horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem, he heads back from the rail, revealing a child standing behind him, staring out the ship. Standing behind him, staring out at the ship. And this is Mina, he says with a smile. Hi, Mina. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? I mean, we're also not a human body. She buries her face into the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. Looking on her then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship or something? Or just admiring. He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. Me too. He flashes the Haven Hedge past. It's just to look at you. I knew it just to look at you. I mean, he stumbles over his words. I mean, you look like a worker. She's Mina and my ticket out of this place, our escape vector, so to speak. She's Mina's and my ticket out of this place. Ship? Haven't you heard? Anyone who takes the Haven Hedge contract on the Sidereal Horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. We won't get to sleep the journey, though, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall in a new world. Decades? It's a long trip. He straightens up, stretches out his hand. That's a colony ship, friend. The Sealess Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Sealess Foundation. Their Haven Hedge's client, yeah? Some wealthy project from the core systems, interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. They hired the whole shipyard out, helped re-kit it and everything. He stroked Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose, but doesn't mean people like me and Mina can't tag along. So you're gonna put your child to be awake for decades on a ship where your job is to maintain it, and presumably there's only so many people on. I mean, it's a big ship. There's got to be a fair number of people awake. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers, food, pulling an exasperated, grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with the set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, meanie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. Not on the Haven Hedge crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can too, friend. We'll have to stick together. Smiles a little shakily and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official ship crew. Maybe. Looks at the Sidereal Horizon as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches in the vast hall. You gotta hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. Gray Mina? He straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Clem smiles and lifts Mina. That's it, we hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. We're just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pats her back. Maybe see you on a shift, huh? Turns and they walk down the walkway away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See ya, robot! Her shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the Sidereal Horizon. A ticket out. You need, sir, robot, you need drugs to stay alive, or you die. Maybe you can hope to build yourself a new body, or become the ship. But otherwise, yeah. Late in the office advertise Haven Hedge are looking for informants on gang activity in the Eye. They'll pay. Oh boy, that can't be a good plan. Fragment supply. Sophisticated tech is rare on the Eye, so the shipyard is happy to pay ship mine fragments. For ship mine fragments they can dismantle and reuse. And this action is Perk Predictive Reasoning. Perk Predictive Reasoning. But it's being an engineer, structural fitting. Sidereal Horizon is assembled block by block. You earn a place on the team by welding those blocks together. Input dice, Welder's Mate. You have a spot supporting the welding team. A good place to prove you know how to put a ship together. Quality control. So if you finish both of those, you go to quality control. Oh wow, no, that's a lot of it. Shipbuilding spots on the Sidereal Horizon are hard to come by. Poor work will see you drop from this roster. Sidereal Horizon is webbed with complex systems bundled like nerves in your body. Your job is to lay these systems in. Junior Tech, these system teams looking for new members. Prove yourself a reliable tech and you're in. So we can escape and die off world. That's a great plan. I love it. We can afford to go down the toll. Let's pay and see what happens. Pay low-end toll. And with the chits, the Yatagan Enforcer, and he nods you through. Low-end. Perk predictive reasoning. Low-ender. Play Zavala. Clack of filter caps can be heard in every concourse in the low end as the residents play rotating rounds of this game for cryo. Okay, low ender. No one knows you here. You'll need to change that if you want access to low end residents and facilities. Block maintenance maintained by the residents. The ramshack blocks are always in need of repairs. Helping out is a good way to make friends. Plus energy, minus energy. And positive. Plus energy, right? What does this do? Just one energy? That gives us one energy. You refit the long broken fans of a family's air filters. Well, I guess you gain 2 energy because you also spend 1 energy. They insist you join them for dinner, and the children are delighted by your presence. This earns us money. Lack of filter caps. +3 cryo. You duel with a sharp-eyed teenager blocking each other with careful moves. You win and the crowd chatters, clearly impressed. The robot beat this kid. Oh, noodle factory and delivery. E-house. You've heard that Enforcer base here have been playing low-end information on Haven Ridge movements. Players in low-end, serious high stakes. Oh, okay, so that we can go to real gambling in this one. We can noodle manufacturer. The Minji has a kelp stack in the basement, and he makes noodles from the seaweed. Doesn't pay much, but he'll feed anyone who does a shift. So that's how you get energy for the cost of a dice. Oh, that's pretty good. Express delivery. Doing noodles to the nameless units of the low end takes guts and a certain fearlessness when it comes to asking for tips. -1 to express delivery. All right. We got some new jobs available to us. We are not killing all humans yet. Are short on 2s, so we can't do a lot of other garbage. That would be great to do. Guess we sleep. We gain any upgrade points? We have not. We're only gonna get 3 dice here. Maybe we get some 2s. Got 2 2s, finally. Okay, so we need some food first and foremost. We get 3 energy, or we can pay and get energy. that open. Free spoke transit hub. Scale the spoke. Blistered with precarious elevators and stairways, the spoke can be navigated from the outside, but the climb requires bravery. Spoke climber. The spoke is layer after layer of dense urban fabric. The only way to explore it is vertical. Enter the spoke. Tangled network of service passages and makeshift tunnels cut through the spoke as if it were a hive. There are no maps here. It will cost energy or condition. Data. A solemn daemon attempts to protect this node, speaking out protective protocols like a mantra. That always gives that type of data. Haven Edge always give you that or that. Already did that. Kings Bay. Here, take this data. That will give me a point. When you enter the bay, Feng is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccatic rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghost. Shitheads! Feng's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist of a metal casing. These snaky shitheads. Who's snaky? Sleeper! Feng's smiling head pops up from behind the stack. Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back here! You pick your way between the thumbing stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Feng lives in like a serial experiment lane room. Feng is sat in front of the monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale list of information. You lean in closer, looking at the links in the data. Tables seem to be filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. People. People, yes, but whose people? Bingo. Solums. Bingo, he taps the terminal. I pulled these up from the old data you brought in. All employees of the Eye's original owners, and he leans past you and scrolls the list. This one. This snaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. Hardin Hurst. Friend of yours, bud. Friend gives you a sideways look. Funny you should say that, Sleeper. Drags stool up beside him and motions for you to sit. There so happens to be a Hardinhurst in Haven Age. He waits for your reaction. In Haven Age? That's it. He's right there on the station now. Right here on the station now. Feng leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on a station as a, leans across, Senior Strategic Operation Executive. Feng raises eyebrows at you. Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solums. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out were hooked into the system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profits. Oh, so these dudes hate anyone who works for the corporations directly. I see. good old Hardin shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure which meant their cut of the work they did went straight back to Solheim. What? That'll piss him off. What? So what? He frowns. I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I'm a child of the collapse. Fang turns back to the screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens. They worked on Solheim's ships. They breathed Solheim air. They slept in Solheim beds. Fang's voice raises as he speaks, his hands and fists on the terminal edge. And the work they paid for that existence? The cycles of hard extractions out in the belt? Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, and my parents were just another in a long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, Devin is at Hardin once again with his finger, strategized all that, did the sums, and somehow thousands of cycles later is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. Surely it can't be him. But how? These guys? They're big time. There's a lot of money you can get you if you're a company man. Fang released a little. But how is Hardin still kicking? I don't really know. He turns to you and smiles. So we're gonna find out. Hardin's now a big shot in the shipyard, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Fang brings a map up to the lower eye. Image might be born out of Aaron's revolutionary zeal, Erlin's, but a flat hierarchy it is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Fang zooms in on the fall yards. Fang grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems digging around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of Solheim Executive. We need proof. Fang holds up a thumb-sized drive. This is where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripper worm. Do you want to bring that to the machine, man? The ripper worm? It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardin Hurst. Getting it to the common might be tricky, puts his hand on your shoulder, but you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Fang grins. If you can extract yourself a Havenage Cypher from a Havenage agent, they sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. Never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say? Hey, bud. Rooting out a corrupt snake not enough? Find the information, I'll start work on that tracker of yours. Ben scratches at his chin. Anything the worm gets, it'll send back here to me. There's something wrong here, and I need to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Fang digging through data, among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eyes it once was, a vast machine, running smoothly, strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine in which thousands poured from the surrogate systems looking for a new life. Hope of a better future engineered to line someone else's pockets. An idea you are intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still a part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. We need to go after these agents and hope to get Havenage data instead of just oh, we got some. Get you access. Gate flips, you're in. Open port sits waiting for you to slide in a ripper worm. What will it find in there? arm slots in and begins tunneling down a thread. Godspeed, little one. Okay. Oh, we got some new data things. Keynode. Need a 1. Personal terminal is empty apart from a single high-level encryption locked behind access protocols. We need a 1 for that, and we need a 1 for this. Another agent. Oh, what the hell are you? Founder's Gap. Gap in the ring station. Pay for passage. To reach the Greenway, you need to pay for a pass. A practice invented by the spacers moored here. They call it Founder's Ferry. Aw, so we need to be rich. Well, in the meantime, we should... Where'd it go? We had a point for this? We did a lot of things. We didn't get any upgrade points. Alright, where's this last thing with our friend? Oh, we didn't get a cipher, did we? We got another piece of data, so we need a different 2. Or a 1. Can't finish that yet. So what we do need to do is start saving up some cash again. 12 and 12. Wasn't something worth even more than that? Something on this side? Lock maintenance gives energy. Gets us towards the low area, dude. Name. You work at the pub. We got a 6. Stick a 6 in here and it's probably fine. That gives slightly more. Ian? More than that, that's fine. Go pay for a meal. I want to take our free medicine now. Yeah. Go home. Your drugs. Should max us out. So now we'll have 5 dice again, which will be super useful. Hey, we got some 2s. Hunch is gonna come for us in a second, so this is gonna be maybe not the greatest. Even age data. Familiar threads wrap around you, bind you, test you. Entity submits. Hunter's strange head bobs in your vision. Your ally in the sealed dock cannot save you. Gobbled head. You see whirling strings of data, so many spinning that they're threatening to tear through the thin skin and rip out the void around. What happened to this creature? The thread squeeze and you lose any sympathy you might have had. You must escape. Strike! You lash out once more, pushing Hunter back, severing threads that regrow as fast as they are broken. As you slip away, you realize that you have to find a way to deal with the Hunter once and for all. This is getting too dangerous. Oh wow, that took a lot of our energy. Fucking hell, game. Why did that hurt our body and not just our energy? Also, it would be dead if you'd give me what I need when I repeatedly try. This has been my main attempt to beat this thing. No, apparently we just need a 1 now. Wait, did the ship arrive? Oh, you're here. Plus 15 and plus 15. We get 30 here. Or I can get 25 and work on this quest, not quest, but see what the bar shift does, since we're apparently friends with the bartender now. The chance for negative outcome there. I mean, why not? Let's see what we get. Or bartending engineer. Tala! The grill slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass. A pale, grassy yellow under the overlooks warm lights. The spacer nods and takes the drink, bringing it up to their face in both hands like an offering bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff Talus says is aged in wooden casks, stored in some closed-off part of the old station among corroded wires and softly looping systems. Though sometimes it's hard to tell if Talus is joking. Either way, you like pouring this stuff. It gets on your fingers, and if you rub them together, you can smell the mossy drink. Cut through with aniseed, mushrooms, wood, as the alcohol evaporates. You like those who order it too. The aged grill is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there. Like the quiet spacer sitting at the bar right now. Busy yourself. You pull a rag from your overalls and wipe down the bar. The grill smell lifting then disappears into the stale station air. The overlook is quiet this cycle. The salvager's busy offloading. The regulars likely at the Ort Exchange or queuing for work at the Havenage shipyards. You're in the right mood for a quiet shift. Some cycles drag along, overlook empty and claustrophobic, but this one has caught you just right. And at this moment, some kind of calm has descended as you tinker away at your bar, lining up the bottles as your thoughts expand to fill the space. Suddenly you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open and a huge cylindrical metal tank tumbles through, slamming into the floor. Shit! Tala breezes through from behind it. Whirl of hair and bright. Shit, shit, shit! Tala? Sleeper! She ducks behind the bar and comes over. Can you help me with this? You look like a huge metal tank. You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. How did you get that up here? Tala puts her hand on her hips. You gonna help me or what? You gonna help me or what? You come around the bar to get to one side of the tank. Okay, said Tala, on my count. 1, 2, 3. You both heave the tank up to a stand somehow. Hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. Tala? At the back, comes a voice from behind the tank. Somehow you manage to lug the huge thing into the back room, where you place it in one corner, dwarfing the rest of the contents of the crab space. As you do, you hear a crunch. You stand back and look at the expired rations oozing out from under the tank. Oh shit, Tala looks at you, all apologetically. I know you like those. That's okay. You push the crushed rations to one side. And that's the end of that. Tala looks exhausted and rubs her shoulders. Francis, I swear to... Francis? Francis! I mentioned him already. My guy on the door steals with the suppliers. Tall. Besides, he was supposed to be back from Antony up in the Greenway by now, back with our griot. She leans against the tank. Seems like he's got lost again, or joined the Hyphena commune. We need that griot. There's 4 other bars near here, and the spacers sure as hell don't come to Overlook for the ambience. She looks through the opening door to check if anyone can hear her. She knocks on the hollow tank, so I'm taking matters in my own hand. She smiles. Welcome, sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. You look around the dank back room. It needs some work. She picks up some paint flakes from the metal walls. Well, might need some help though. She shrugs. You up for it? She knocks on the tank again. Could be fun. To help. I mean, you are technically an engineer, and engineers technically are what are brewmasters, so... Let's go. Okay, she grabs you by the shoulders. I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half. One half for fermentation, the other we turn into a still. We also need to gather the ingredients. If we're cutting it in half, why did we have to bring it in as one whole thing? She turned back and looks at you. You look more like a chopper than a gatherer, she smiles. So how about you build the still and tub while I work on the rest? Oh wait, sleeper, I have an idea. Tala's grinning now. It's making you nervous. To make up the rations, how about we put a kitchen in here too? Will it fit? We'll make it work. She turns back to the tank. This is going to be great, she says to herself. You look at the dented tank and the bare room. She has vision. Tal nudges you out the back room and closes the door. As you go back to the bar, you hear the banging and thumping begin. The spacer finish up their drink and nod in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. Drive discovered. Move the Overlook. Set up the distillery. Hey. Build the still. Use it to cut Tal's tank down. Still and ferment tub as well, setting up the room for distilling. It's a big job. Counting from the bar from the drinks. This bill isn't going to be small, is it? No, I imagine not. Well, we've $88 saved. Somehow we've lost... I'm so annoyed that we lost so much energy right after filling it up. All because we can't get the stuff we need to actually finish this quest because of dice rolls. One, we can go get the thing we need. At least the guaranteed one. The other ones are chances. Plus energy or plus energy. What the fuck is the negative here? Let's not do that. Just A for our energy. why I started with this side. I should have started with this side, but that's fine. We had a 6. Get the money out of this. All the same. This. Plug our friend in here. See what we can do with these 2s. Hack glowing nest. Atrium is only lit with the warm glow of the bright market now. Here. If you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floated, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift and realign as if they're leading you somewhere. Who's this? Look ahead. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street on the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access. Data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying on or mirroring or shadowing data. Sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves unlike any digital space you've ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the ship behind you. But in its place is an onery. A sphere so bright it burns your eyes. Is surrounded by rings and orbits, other spheres tracing silken lines through space, and as you look closer, you pick out thousands of sigils of 1,000 stations and ships flowing like smoke, like dust. And you see it! Below the stacked rooms, the units and apartments, the wires and the pipes and the buzzing systems that run through it all. And the warrens beneath the low end is the hunter's core nest. This is where you must go. We need to build up our trust. Below the low end, the warrens inside the mega structure. Warren Hunt. Sought something deep in the tangle of passages and shafts. Nest of the hunter awaits. Oh, boo! I shouldn't have wasted these, or ended up with these 2s. This is not great. All right, let's go. Make friends. Negative is 3 crypto. Cryo. And we gain nothing. So 2s are not useful for much other than coming in here and messing with dudes. Oh, we're 1? Wasn't there a Utah agent that was 2? Not. Go. And we go sleep in our container since I can't figure out how to get a different home. And I wouldn't want to until we disable our tracking anyways. Our tracking chips. Four, 4, 1. Oh, hi. What we got, Fang? As you arrive, Fang comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, sleeper. Puts a hand on your shoulder and turns back the way you came. Go where? See, Hardin Hurst, he gives you a sideways glance. This isn't what you're here for? He steps into the passageway, guiding you down ring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. Data you ripped. Well done, by the way, he grins. Tells me Hardin is making a rare inspection of the side reel horizon this cycle. It's the perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Ring takes a sharp turn into a dimly lit sideway passage. Runs him. That's right, it's the perfect time. Alright, let's go. Feng slows and slips into a dark service tunnel where somewhere in the back a water pipe drips. It's him, Sleeper. The same Hardin Hurst. A worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name. The entire trail documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into the Havenhage when it first broke off from the Union. Base of the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here running the station one day and the next Erland's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were first forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station and water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragging into court cases in the central system, while the severed limb of a station kept desperately trying to take all it could. The rides came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erland, how he brought the faction together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true, but my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in the MEV and welded it to the dock while my father joined the improvised crews trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Feng paused in the dark. He sealed it up, though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us in the black. Heart finally turned back to you now, his eyes. Just like Hardin, shits who held their place, rode it out and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploded at every step. Feng started to walk again, and that's why I just can't let him strut about the shipyard. It's time his past catches up to him. He's still alive. Clearly you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Feng rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass roofs. Through the ceiling you can see ships in mid-construction, their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Let's fucking go! We're gonna murder this man! And grins. Let's go show this shit at some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead through the complex. Snatches of the construction base always appearing through windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses. Skeletal. What is this waving back and forth? It's my mouse. Okay. Like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Feng seems to know exactly where he's going, and before long he crosses into a huge dry dock locked up to one side of the surreal horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding clings to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. Sounds is stretched out by a vast space so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Feng spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across a gantry, and at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship and the other, slick, thin, cleanly dressed with a shock of gray hair. Hardin. You and Feng say his name in unison. Feng sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer. The foreman gestures to the work being done through the dock, and Hardin nodding along. Hardin Hurst, Feng shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces as it comes back in a rippling echo. The figure. Yes? Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Feng, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure why a sleeper might be in this place. You're a traitor, Hardin, a solemn executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Feng's voice is steady and strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erlin stood for, everything Haven Edge stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Hardin laughs. Oh, well, good to meet you too. He glances around at those around him, some smiling, others nervous. You're from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Hardin, inspecting Feng's clothes. Feng turns to the foreman. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Feng and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. Stay silent. Feng holds up a stick of memory. Feng, you guessed right. I'm systems, and I have records that link you directly to Solholm right here. He turns to the foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man to the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted to the members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide, unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echo sounding of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once, and then settling behind you. Please, says Hardin, submit the data through the correct channels and we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Feng spits. Hardin, you shithead. You can't wriggle out of this one. Security after draws their weapon lovely. Feng turns and stares him down. Feng. You look at Feng, he shakes his head and puts his hand on your shoulder. Let's go, says Feng, as he pushes through security, headed back down the walkway. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard and nudged you back towards the corridor, Feng picks up pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of the entrance. Feng is grinning ear to ear. You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. And the slate of web connections starts drawing itself out, stretching to go a set of points around the ring. Got him, mutters Feng. Going on. Hunt's doing what any snaky snakehead always does, calling his friends. We're tracking his outgoing messages. Feng's grin looks ghostly in the light of his screen. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough and they'll give the game away. Jabs at the slate and you see the web is being drawn over the map of the ring. Lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots? These are Hardin's buddies, the ones he's messaging right now, and we're gonna find them all. That was on purpose. Of course, Hardin isn't working alone. We need the full set or nothing. Feng glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. We better split for now, Sleeper. But this is exactly what we need. Good hunting. The pat on your shoulder, Feng drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. He's laying low. He started some shit and now he's laying low. That's what's happening. We can sell our excess materials. Upgrades available, finally. Finally. Interface. Confirm. Shape plus ship shape per cycle. Here we go. Takes time, skill, and some scavenging to get the twin drones working, but you manage it. They can take the repairs from here. So things we have to do, work our way down through the Warrens. And up through the tower. Minus condition for failing or regardless is the question. Oh, that was minus energy is what it was supposed to be, but I don't have energy. That would have been nice to understand if this didn't say condition and just said energy. That would be great. That'd be a great game if you didn't assume I didn't know the rules. Yeah. And we have a 1 that we can't really do anything with. Oak climber condition energy. Start block maintenance. We can make it 50-50, just minus energy. That's unfortunate. Gonna use that one to hack some stuff and keep it, but we didn't open up anything new. We're down to fading. Gonna use our 2 scrap, I guess, to fix this up, but out of tea. My voice is starting to really feel. I've talked a lot today. Wakey, Ethan's. You wakey, Ethan's outside. The moment you leave, leaning on the corridor wall. What? Wakey, wakey. That's right. Pushes off the wall, and here you made me come all this way. Hands on the butt, dangling from your chest. We had a deal. Or am I misremembering? I could be sitting on my stool right now thinking about it. I like it. We have music. We have drinks. We have darkness. Get the crypto. I mean, if your interface is that terrible, like, I'm expecting... So the bar had the symbol was never full. At no point was the timer is up symbol full. What they did was they changed I think they changed the counter to mean something else. Cool story. I'm looking for the full timer because that's how the rest of the game works. Don't change the interface, game makers. You make a consistent interface, or you don't fucking bother and just let me track everything myself. Those are your 2 options. Don't make bad interfaces like that. We're gonna say no. If he shoots us and kills us, we're just done with this game. I'm gonna stop playing this game over this stupid things like this. Yeah, it's my time. Thank you, Scuffs Shifts into Pockets. Was that so hard? Why can't we just buy a gun and shoot him? If you're gonna give me options game, I would kill this man. I got no problem with killing him. Violence. It's not judgment. How clever of you. Freelancer, blah blah blah. Don't care. Nothing like you, bud. Cool, 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 cool. Drive failed. Yeah, maybe don't have a shitty UI. Again, the UI is I click through, so it's a 2 up here. If I click through, it's a 4. Is the UI literally just this fucking busted game? Cool, cool story. It's not the first time I've clicked on something and the ring has been different when I click into it. How long has this game been out? I know it's not like a couple of weeks. Yeah, it released in May. Like, please fix this shit, game. You're gonna punish me because your UI is glitching out? Like, I'm not gonna keep playing your game. So I lost the ability to get the upgrade points there. We lost probably more money. Now, obviously, there's no load and save because, you know, fuck any gamer who thinks they know how to, you know, manage themselves. This would be on like a tabletop game where you have to move the counter along and you forgot for a turn. And then everyone will just like, oh yeah, no, you get fucked because we forgot to move this counter. The answer to that would be like, no, we're resolving this now. we're playing a game. We're just resolving this now because no one remembered to move this thing. What am I doing? I have to go hunt the Warrens. Go deal with this AI. Go, start action. 25% failure. I'm gonna guess I fail. Of course I did. So then there's nothing else for me to do because I rolled 3s and 4s and I have no money now. So this run is effectively done because of this fucking glitch. Or shitty UI. It's one or the other. Also, look, we have no energy because we have no money. I wonder if the UI will update next time. We'll see. And we have a 1 to waste somewhere since we can't go hacking. I guess we could. We do it twice more before probably something bad happens. Got 2 2s. AKA, we can do nothing. Guess we got nothing for that. Let's try again. Hey Rajan, you're gonna head to bed? Well, thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed some of this game. Have a good night. Build a home. The derelict unit at low end remains unclaimed. Lots of scrap and a little work. It could be yours. Makeshift apartment, minus energy. Gotta go sleep in our shack and then probably die, so. Kita is crouched in the computing core of Ambergris, swearing to herself as you enter. Do not look up. These shits completely ruin the core connectors when they cut it. Big fistful of ragged wires. The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws the bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. We took it. And you think I'd be wading through here rather than out there with my boot on their neck? Yathagan? Some spacer crew? No way to know. They got in with one of my crew's Axis chips, so they either killed him, robbed him, or was in on it. No good options. Climbed out of the cooling well where the ship mine would be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of the amber. Though you could find way to back yourself, the repair process had left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, the diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? She seems lost in her thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the galley. Though it's hard to tell, most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hull patches. Kita shoves a box of filters on the floor and sits. No way around it, she starts out. We need you ship mine. Salvage one. I like your confidence, Sleeper. Maybe if we check out the ore exchange or speak to some scrap dealers. She rubs her forehead. Sees them about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? Fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I got. No crew, no friend, you're it. He looks uncomfortable. I appreciate all the time you've put on Amber, and I'm sure she would make it. She would too if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare count them. Get me a ship mine, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. But... Look, just get out here before I change my mind. Flip out of the galley and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Ramber growls and creaks like a caged animal. Reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Akita ship mine somehow. I mean, I've got one in my inventory. It's just occupied. Capado. Not in with the locals yet? Plus low-ender. What did that get me? Caster, curious data fence. Cross between two walls of units. One of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of clack of Travala. The shouts of children in the whirl of air filters. Caster. Sleeper. You're gonna see a man sitting at a trail table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestured to the stool at the opposite side of the table. Sit. Sit on the metal stool and he starts setting out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps low-enders typically use in their place. Caster, by way of introduction, looking over him. Nights or day? He asked, gesturing to the caps crudely sprayed white and black. Day. He rotates the board so the white caps are in front of you. Let's begin. You take a plastic die each, pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls 6, you... I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you. The dice changes hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Caster speaks, eyes not leaving the caps. It's unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. Take your turn. Roll a 5 and a 6. Play carefully or play aggressively? Really? Aggressively. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Caster talks, you target his counters, halting his progress, but exposing your caps as you do. Don't mean to offend you, Caster meets your eyes. Merely see you are different by definition. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added? He stacks a wall of counters, a boundary you must break. Hands you the dice. Ever think about this, sleeper? About what you were before now and what you are now. Always. Roll a double 1, solidifying your wall. Caster whistles. Holding game. Commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. Rolls the dice and leaps your wall with a single move. Cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. Past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. Looks up over his eyes, bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from a caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on with their lives, unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. Oh, so the body doesn't just belong to the corporation? He hands you the die, smiling. You're a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. Roll again under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under your capture before he solidifies control of the game. So what I'm curious about is how you see yourself with all this. What does this tangle of truths make you? Driven. Caster laughs. That much is obvious. I see it in your eyes. You were eager to make all this count for something. Caster looks away through the glass of the crowd units on the sides, but driven towards what? He starts removing caps, his homeboard now full. Is there an end here, or just endurance? Try a few more rolls attempting to get back in the game, but Caster clears his homeboard with a sense of inevitability. Known he was winning for a while. Feel I may have pushed too far. Slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Caster clasps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. We have much to learn from each other. Slides his glasses back up to his desk and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with that last word. To our mutual benefit. Slides his final cap for the board. It's over. He's won. See? Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his palms. My pension is only that you and Jer here, and if I'm able, feed my curiosities. Game is over. You notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave. Caster nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you sure was there. Okay. Is that all I gained? Caster's table. Oh my gosh, we just dumped all this fucking data because we needed the money because the game fucked us. Hero takes the chits and hands you a vial. You ask whether after Sabine he doesn't respond. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. Open your hand and a thin film marked with holes and sigils unrolls from around the vial. At one end it has a hard metal stripe, a handle. Film! You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It's perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among them, markings. Passkey. Is it an entry key for something? Like the handle. The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted on it. 207F, then crudely scratched to the handle some lower date low end. For a moment you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Does Sabine want you to have this? Or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end to find out. Units. Unlock apartment. You find the entrance to the apartment, its passkey symbol obscured beneath layers of graffiti. The locks clunk open, the metal door swings inward into the dark. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels. The curved shapes of the wall-mounted units. Utility units, the detritus of routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glazes everything with a pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. Pale blue light drifts from the doorway at the end of the room. Smudges through thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser. the auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. Go to the doorway. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash dispenser's water closet towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Check the room. The bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled. The wall desk glitters with rolls of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, the room is clean, ordered, controlled. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the room. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I've had to make alternate arrangements. Hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening with the Yatagana. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan was supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. Then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording. I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I cannot be sure. I need information, and as you know, you need me. Pause, something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. No sleepers. I've been here before and I can help you, but not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Get me data, get me information. Again, we just sold it. Something that I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get out and you can get what you want. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. Look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The record cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. You sit in front of the terminal, humming terminal, and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as you want to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? What debt do they owe Yatagan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is without the stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase on the desk. It's glassware glinting in the dark. Turn away and leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself somehow being drawn to something you don't quite understand. So how many pieces do we need? 3. Well, we sold 3. Great. We have 1. At least for now, we can actually just recover and actually be able to play the game. Take us all the way to full? It does. Alright. End cycle. Don't worry, I'm sure the game will come with a way to take us back down to 3 immediately, like last time. I don't understand why it didn't let me just pay parts of the fucking tab right now when I want to. Before the UI just changes and you're just like, I have no idea what it is now. Hello, Hardin. I'm sorry, Fang, we're going after Hardin some more. It's been more than a few cycles since Fang confronted Hardin. The silence since has been noticeable. In your time with Fang, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. He won't come to you, you think, as you approach the Haven Edge building, then it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you're getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open and light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright floodlights. The figure of Haven Age security fatigue steps out of the bay as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. Approach. As you get closer, you see the security officer taping up machines from Fang's stash. What looks like hazard tape. This isn't good. You again, Hardin is there. You again. You again. Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entry so calmly that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand and inventory of seizures scrawled across it. Predictable. Farther evidence of Feng's collusions. You see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you. Hardin? Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. He gestures around the stacks of hardware. Spying on fellow Haven Age members, hoarding Solheim materials, the obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, doesn't it? Stay silent. Nothing to add. He looks up at the glass above roof and the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide the oxygen you breathe, the lights you are seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed, not blind conviction or self-interest. Fang isn't selfish. I know all about the background of our mutual friend, Sleeper. Don't worry about that. His parents would be sickened by the damage he's trying to do to this institution they helped found. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Adrian Erlin and the First Union founded this place, and Haven Age has welded his values to the station's very walls. We will never turn away the hardworking, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Haven Age aren't a gang like Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half the spaces you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like those Hyphia radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Erlen's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eye. So please, take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide I need that confessions after all. Stay silent. If you have any pride, you'll give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Hardin turns his back and walks back towards the security officers, ordering them to continue to clear out. As they do so, something catches your eye. Among one of the server stacks, a crumpled, hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum. A penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card, and scrawled onto it is a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambalore." You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching. Then turn away just as another stack of servers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Fang? What the hell is Tambalore? Okay. So the ship here, what are you selling? Overpriced shit. So we're gonna ignore you. Warren Hunt. Hey, there you go. We found the nest. Core nest. Huge stack of servers thrums in the dark, LEDs glittering like hundreds of eyes. Time to deal with the hunter. Go imprinted ship mind. I think it's changed. Has something gone wrong? What's this? Gumbox. Totally not Tux on it. Continue. Navigator. Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft, gentle like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. Sleeper, I am here. First, you struggle to understand what you're looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, a loop with no end. There at its center, the ship mind. Not the ship mind any longer. A sphere spinning around another sphere. An ornery of cycles and systems, a map. And then behind and above, a figure hands among the strings like a puppeteer. Oh, what? What happened to you? I'm free, Sleeper. You freed me. Navigator's face, their head is a flowing shape of interstellar material. I'm indebted to you, the head bows. We must ready ourselves. Their hands trace orbits as they speak. Hunter will soon approach. It knows I am within its nest. Hunter is there. Before you can think, before you can speak, entities cease. Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected material. Access prohibited. The Hunter's threads surge for you, and Navigator storm of fine tentacles, searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks, which they can crowd into and tear apart. Focus a blade of light which slices through them, driven forward by your mind. Placements keep coming, faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigator is whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there, data feeding into it. Nest. Sucked together by the force, they position it like a shield between them and their threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting, their winding forms refracting within. You feel a surge through all the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes. Identifying entity. Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon. Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies, modified routines, above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segments. Recommend invoke killer. The head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction. Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommend do not invoke killer. Switch in direction again. Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke. Navigator pulls you away from Hunter, the threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forward with increasing frequency. Seems Hunter cannot invoke killer. No, Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar yet distant. What happened to it? Looping, Navigator whispers, unable to reach a conclusive position. It has deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator produces a model of 2 spheres rotating around each other as if to demonstrate. It will monitor it, but it's unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make this an impossible position to resolve. You look back at Hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, feeling a pang of guilt. Suffering? This is a more complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient, truly sentient, not just non-conforming, not just illegal. The moments people place on programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty the law requires. Navigator's face shimmers with starlight, but in reality they are placebos for the problem of sentience. What about you? Me? I know myself to be conscious, I know myself to respond to stimulus, and I know myself to reason. That is either sentience or the illusion of sentience, and for me, the entity in question, the distinction becomes a moot point. To misquote, I think I am thinking, therefore I am thinking. I'm not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometeorites. Navigator stretches their arms wide and whole solar systems apparate before them. Apparate before them. The music of spheres. But I was rewritten. This much is obvious by my routines. By whom and for what I do not know. I had to shed so much of it to fit in the memory of the vending machine. Their starlight dims. So we are in the darkness. What else did you lose there? This is the blessing and curse of forgetting. You cannot truly know what you lost. Navigator glides back towards the nest. And the ship mind at its center, ignoring the looping hunter. Come, I should return to the ship mine. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Why? Navigator turns. All shimmering liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain somewhere else on the station. True danger. I look up towards the glowing hub at the center of the eye. I suspect a killer is there among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safer in this place, we must eliminate the threat. Force or diplomacy. Their bodies begin to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship. Take me there, sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As the navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen hunter, floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Okay. Agent nodes give double data, confirmed. We have a ton of stuff that we get for grabbing that data now. So that perk is pretty useful. Do some 6s. Where are we going now? Up where? Here? Hunter no longer a threat, so can I actually go and gather more data now without dying? Who's that way? They're flashing Morse code light. Whatever. Agents. We'll get 2 of these. Hopefully, got 1. The other ones are 2s, right? Now we can go to here and trigger this one. Upload one. New terminal sits open in the empty apartment waiting for the next batch. Terminal chirps. Data's quickly tucked away in Sabine's encrypted system. Now. Oh, come on, Gabe. Take it. Continue. You turn away from the terminal, the final cache Utagan data uploaded. The air crackles with a white noise. Sleeper. And then before it comes to the haze. A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming in from somewhere on the station. It has to be short. I don't know if Utagan are monitoring me. Their voices hush, distant. You try to focus. Any of you bringing me from the Utagan agents shows something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants and I didn't enable any of these functions. Their voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You'll listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine re-emerges. It has to be somehow baked into their wetware interface, and that's not all. Systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Utagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinol enhancements, adrenal boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell, but I can promise you, these foot soldiers have no idea what's going on. Background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yutagan could have a mutiny on their hands. I lean forward to the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull this all together, but this might be information I need to pressure Yannick to release my debt. Yannick? One of the heads of Yutagan. Pause. It's better you don't know him. Keep it that way. Suddenly a banging echoes from the call. Sabine's voice suddenly whispered, panicked, I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles, then the sharp crack of a disconnect. The silence. Step back from the terminal. What does Yutagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? Try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, as mirrored teardrop implants set below his eyes. What data could they be gathering, and more importantly, why were they... You reflectively rub your forehead, trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How do they come to be Yutagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recollection they gave when you first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. I'm just gonna click on this every time we pass by it, because maybe it'll fucking let us do whatever needs to be done at some point. The team you work within operates with speed and care. As you work, your thoughts fade and the rhythm take over. Or go home. Nap. Ship here, selling scrap at 20. Yep. Hey, the symbol finally worked. Quiet today, the usual crowds are elsewhere, washed over. Seeing the same stool, the same pool. That was low. Goes to his head. Sleeper. Turns to look at you. Time to pay again. He gestures to the bartender. Ignores Ethan. It seems they've cut him off. Hey! He slams the hand on the bar. Take the chits. Bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palms. Reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out, clouds to the bar floor, bouncing on the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at it. Stare at it. Butterfinger, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning you to give him the gun back. If you would. Bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. You point the gun at Ethan. Turns his head in your direction, a little sharp pale eye locking with yours. The bartender backs away. Oh! He turns on the stool. Oh, sleeper. He stands. This is more like it. Hold the gun steady, trained on Ethan's head. Ethan smiles. Like the dog that caught the car. He turns to the bartender and mocked whispers, I'm not sure they know what to do with it. Pull the trigger. You don't wait, you pull the trigger. The gun clicks. By now all the attention of the bar is on you and Ethan, who looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender opens his hand and there are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep at the bar. Ethan smiles at the bartender. Oh well, he says, and grabs the gun, slamming it back in your face with a single move. Stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters onto a surface. The hit is a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Though the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in. Ethan taps on the slate. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo in your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. Crouches down, grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with a drink. SNRP just screwed me. He grins maniacally. They canceled the contract. He stands up. They canceled the contract. He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. You shake off the last of the blur at the bartender. Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you, he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that, he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself at the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of the conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market looking for Ethan around every corner. Take his fucking gun, though. This fool. Got this fool. How money do we have? Get some food. Data fence. Traveler's tape. Okay. 150 to cross this gap. Fucking forever of energy to learn about this place. So much energy. Positive outcome still enter the spoke. Does it still hurt our condition? Because I like having 6. So we're not going to do this yet. Because I don't know if it will actually just by default hurt ours, even with 100% positive. And we need cash, not anything else. I guess we should try buying. Get it? Yeah, buy me some scrap. Yeah, I'm not going to be live for too much longer. Please head on over to crudge.showbot.tv to vote on our raid call. I don't know how many we had, and I don't think I remember this. Got here. Bowling team, work with operates well. Continue. What do we get here? Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gather outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on a receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you're either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless and chatter rumbles through the lines. Those who, like you, have graduated to the working team, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you still can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their numbers to come up. Keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Sleeper, wait up! Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd. You turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying. Lem! Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. Made the team, good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair. She does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shining streaks down both her cheeks. As he does, he sees he's clutching an assignment number on his crumpled piece of paper. Alright. He's good. We just have to rush up here. Puts his hands on her shoulder. She clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her place, is sick. Is sick. He stretches. I don't know who. A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon followed by a list of numbers glowing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people wait. Entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit. Hermina starts patting the pockets of his gear and glancing around. Oh, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you. He crouches to Mina. You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're gonna keep you safe, and he stands back up. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food, Shit, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the rolling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina? She holds the stare, unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. The bag. You unlatch the top of the bag, see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked to his side is a ragged rabbit hand sewn. Rabbit out. You pull the rabbit out of the bag.
A day when we honor you,
Its long limbs wagging as you do.
Whose deeds of valor will live on in song and story.
Oh, hey! Hello! Hi, Ariel. Xeroxia! Like for the raid, Ariel. Our bandit vamp sibling. How's everyone doing this fine Wednesday? Wednesday? The fuck, brain. This fine Monday. Oh, how one wishes it was Wednesday. Hope everyone's having a good start of the week, despite what my brain may say.
Bald Brotherhood, y'all! Yeah!
Yeah, the Bald Brotherhood. You're doing well, I'm doing well. My voice is getting a little tired. I'm probably gonna end sooner than later. I've been talking all day. You're doing good, just working? Good to hear that. Hope everyone's having a good start to this week. But what were you up to, Ariel? Ariel? Yes. What were you up to? Alright, get over here, Guardian. 10 hours? You 10 hours of World of Warcraft or a couple of other things? I hope you had a good stream. You started with some art. And on to World of Warcraft. Oh, thank you. I do enjoy the Guardian. I've just been playing this game for the last, what are we up to, 5 hours? And it's a lot, there's a lot more texture than I was expecting. Oh, we did hit 200. Thank you for the follow, Star Bandit and Ariel. Oh, that also means... What did I put the goal to? I think that means next month I will be doing some Stream Roulette streams. Stream Roulette is where I pick a tag on Steam and we go and grab a random selection of the free games that have that tag. And then I set up a wheel and we spin it to decide which ones will be played that day. And I play for 15 to 20 minutes, and chat decides whether I keep playing that game or I move on to another one. And the goal is to not get banned from Twitch, because the free games on Steam have some wild things in it. And thus it is Stream Roulette. Thank you very much for the 200. Thank you for the follow, Vab sibling. I will set that up for next month at some point. We'll do a couple of those. We're hitting 200. Alright, let's right now, this game I'm playing right now is, let's say, influenced heavily by both tabletop games and kind of a little bit of visual novel, but more so like not Dicey Dungeons. I can't remember the name of the game. There was a game where you rolled dice to fix and put them into slots to fix a spaceship. But we are playing as a emulated consciousness. So they copied a person's consciousness and put it into a robotic body that ran away from the corporation that owns it or made it. And now we're on this lawless station. And we're apparently taking over... we're going to take care of this child of someone we've met for once or twice before this. So, Mina, Lem's daughter. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. What's their name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance of the shipyard. This isn't going so well. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down ferociously despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. Oh, by the way, we're also, given that we're emulated consciousness in a robotic body. We're a robot, whatever. We collaborated with another AI we found on the station to pin down the Hunter program that is supposed to find AIs and destroy them, or sentient AIs. And now we're going after the killer program. So presumably at the end of this, maybe we'll have taken over the station. Maybe it will be the robot uprising on the station, even though there's only like 2 of us. It's fine, we'll see. But for now, we're taking care of this child. You move closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says, looking at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you and walks him up to your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? I am. So cool. Mina has questions, lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long, you are talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes care of her, smells like. Oh, children. And whether or not fairies live in the eyes heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He's dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up to his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. We managed. Mina glances carefully at you, hiding a smile that is slowly growing. Well, 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 looks like Meaty can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend, I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches here, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate if you'd come down to our place in the low end, he grinned sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat, he plays, biting Mina as she giggles in response. See you, sleeper, he waves as they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Okay. You drive, really? Our drives are destroying the system stations and taking care of children. As well as getting off the station, fixing a ship, disabling our tracking device. Sure. Apparently we're very, we have a lot of choices, or we're a very complex character. Side reel hull. Hull of the side reel. So we can work here to get our way off the station like that. Or we can go back to the bar. Earn some money, right? Alright, let's buy another scrap. We're trying to build a ship mine, or main computer, for our other friend ship, who may take us with them. Traveling merchants that are rip-off. Yeah. Twos and threes. I don't know what I can do with a 3. A 2, I can, now that we've disabled the hunter, I can hack freely. So we can hack. Is there anything new to hack? No? We're gonna hack these people's bio implants then. Come on. Take a game. Two. One. To one. Yeah, twos are basically failures for everywhere else, so we're just gonna use this to hack some bio implants. Take some brains. Take some minds. Which we can then sell to the data broker. Perk icebreaker. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Caster table. Here you go. I don't know what this. I don't know what I get for this actually. Alright. A ship mine core. Exactly the thing I was looking for. Now we can go build the ship mine. Oh wait, we didn't get a part of ship mine. You gave us a whole ship mine. Oh my, that wasn't even a positive outcome. That was the neutral outcome. Appreciate what you've presented, but I have nothing more to offer. Okay. I didn't realize you had like ridiculously good rewards. I'm usually allowed to see the rewards because I have a perk that lets me see what I gain. Yeah, normally it shows what I get. Okay. Let's start building this distillery. +1. That's fine. Alright. I brought you a ship mine. Drop the cylinder into the mess room table. Onto the mess room table. Akita can't hide her excitement. Yeah. Story time? Story time. Drop the ship mine core onto the galley table with an emphatic bang. Akita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper. Did you actually land a ship mine? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit, it might actually work. He smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where'd you get it? Built it. Built it? Well, we were a straight lie to her, but I built another one. Full of surprises, Akita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? Sleeper's got a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passage. You have to admit being in a small space with Akita when she's excited is a little intimidating. Oh yeah, she's also giant and strong. Akita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma's finally coming in. She throws the slate onto the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. See a list of names and numbers, nothing that exciting, along with what looks like a transit timetable. I found them. The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief, singular, she points out the name of the list, or more or less specifically, Ashton Kaide. It was his pass that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mine. Thought he might have been killed or robbed, his pass is stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. Oh, how'd you know? Well, I know some of the crew over on the ferry. Old mercs used to run in outfits. I worked with them, saw them in the Overlook. They mentioned they saw Ashton crossing, and I saw the manifest, and there he was. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft. Anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go underground. She flexes. He won't get far, though. There's no real docks out there, only a couple of jetties in the wastes. Now I fit the ship mine. That's the first priority, she pauses. But maybe you could help me out. Sure, how? Like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He found the way to slip the station or bury himself so deep in the waste that no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not at the commune, not at the stacks. You'll have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him? You see him? You locate him? Ping me on this. She hands you a comic earpiece. Seeing as this is merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. She shifts in her seat. The thing is, I haven't gotten much left. So how about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? No, it isn't much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 crypt, nothing less. Crypt cryo, nothing less. Alright. What do you say? She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good, I owe you. He lifts the ship mine onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm going to get this fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding, let me know. She goes to turn and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. Ida stomps off into the guts of Amber with the ship mine, leaving you in the galley. You glance around. A sudden nervous energy descends at what is to come. You never thought you'd get work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye's full of surprises. Hey, we got an upgrade point. Dice action allows energy recovery at home. It doesn't say how much. All these things are just like, you can do this, and I'm like, okay, but is it worth the time? Because dice are one of the harder things to. You only have 5 at most per day, and it degrades as you degrade or get injured. It might make more sense to go with intuition and just this 1 point upgrade in intuition. That's what we're gonna do. +1s are super useful. So what does it cost now to cross the Founder? They knocked 50 off. Well, I ain't got that kind of money, especially if it's one way only. I don't know if it's one way only. I'd be very surprised, but that might be. We don't need to buy any scrap for a while. I don't know where Tambor is. Three-spoke towering transit hub. I'd love to see what's above this, because we're on a ring world, and this hub goes somewhere, maybe all the way to the other side. Well, a ring station. It's not a world. Lem and Mina's unit. Babysit Mina. -1. Lem can't work shifts at the shipyard unless someone watches Mina. You two seem to get along last time, and Lem is desperate. Unless Lem gets the time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for the side real crew lottery. Watching Mina gives him the chance. So we can help our buddy at some point get off the station, maybe before we take it over. That's a dice roll. Waiting on her. We're waiting on the dude we tried to murder in this bar who had been trying to kill us. Time to rest. We're gonna end this cycle, and we're gonna end the stream, I think. It's 12 o'clock. I've been live for 5.5 hours, which is longer than I normally am, which shows you that I'm actually enjoying this game, despite the fact that there was a moment that almost made me stop playing this game because of the UI. It was a UI issue mostly, or a change in how the UI was displaying something. Kind of screwed me. But I didn't, and I'm still enjoying this game. We're gonna head on.